6 times the size of an average chain store, our showroom is large enough to display the over 100 brands we sell. And I'm not the only guru. Our whole team of friendly professionals not only answer questions, but suggest questions to ask so that you end up with the perfect appliances for you.
The Labor Day Mega Sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Enjoy huge savings on GE appliances. Save up to 36% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Good morning, live and local. We'll get right into it, and we start from scratch. So please make sure that you subscribe, sign on, watch us on YouTube, WPHT 1210. This is the Dawn Stensland Show. I'm back. Hey, everybody. So let's get into it. Let me just give you some headlines as to what is about to happen this morning, and I'll give you a quick overview. As President Donald J. Trump is fully expected to sign at least one executive order this morning, cracking down on suspects who, among other things, desecrate the American flag. So that's one of the executive orders. And usually, as you well know, President Trump will speak out during that. He sort of riffs and gets an explanation. Here's this executive order. This is the exact opposite of the previous administration, which was an auto pen. Remember that one? So this one directs the Attorney General and Secretary of Homeland Security to deny, prohibit, terminate, revoke visas or other immigration permits and benefits of a non-citizen where there has been an inappropriate determination that flag desecration by foreign nationals permits the exercise of those remedies under applicable law. So specifically, this has to do, and this is an interesting case about the American flag, desecrating the flag, burning the flag, as an executive order, but in particular, those who are desecrating it who are illegals. That's how I understand this. We'll get more from it, but this would be under the direction of Attorney General Pam Bondi to refer flag desecration cases that violate state and local laws to appropriate local authorities. So that's among these executive orders, and this has to do with President Trump this morning. So we'll get to that one for sure, as he is expected to have a crime crackdown. One of these will be addressing the issue of cash bail. And this, as you well know, in Philadelphia, for example, but blue cities across the nation, it has been a problem. And we've heard law enforcement at every level talk about this, that only a tiny percentage, relatively speaking here, only a tiny percentage of criminals, repeat offenders, are the ones who wreak havoc in our communities. And that means fear. That means gunfire. That means crime at every level happening in our communities. And so a tiny percentage of people, if you are able to arrest them and get them off the streets, you immediately raise the quality of life for all of us, for everybody. And that's the key here. And Trump knows that. All the research, all the data supports that. And yet, what do we see this morning? We've been playing it for you all morning on Kale and Company, and that is the breaking news story of Democrats holding these rallies, singing out of tune, I might add. So it's a violation with your poor dog, as they sing these out of tune songs. But seriously, this is the image that Democrats want to portray, that they support somebody like an illegal person who came into this country illegally, has been charged with serious felony crimes. Why would they support that individual? Why is that, the cross they want to die on? Well, it's your cross to bear. Good luck with that, Democrats. I want to get to some other quick Trump headlines. We didn't get Dan Borowski. This is the Dan double. It's the Dan and Dawn double. I'm trying to come up with, you guys
Triple
can
D.
help us. Triple D.
Yeah, triple D's.
Which is, so that's what it is. It's a triple D. Because what we mean by that is that when Greg Stocker's off, I always work the double, but then, so Dan basically, Dan Borowski, who normally produces the Dawn Show and then also works on the Dawn. Now you're Greg Stocker, so you're wearing many, many hats.
Yeah, there's a lot going on today.
Yeah, a lot going on.
Yeah,
so he's doing the cut sheet and executive producing and all of it. I don't even know all the titles. It's too many to bear.
Yeah, a lot going on today, but it's a pleasure to be with you, Dawn. So happy to have you back.
Thank you, sir.
I heard
Good to
you
be
had some
back.
trouble traveling, and for that, I give you a great song to welcome you back.
The rush of the waters.
The dogs are under the bed, covering their.
That was from the Abrego Garcia press conference.
Ay.
Yeah.
So if you missed us, where were you? But we have that going on. Probably my and look, I think I saw Homan on as I was reviewing it. 3:00 this morning. Tom Homan was on talking to it was a Trey Gowdy. I know that those are pre-taped, but Homan was saying, yeah, of course he deserves to be deported. Talked about the serious crimes that he's accused of, that he's charged with, and he's an illegal and accused human trafficker. Get him out of here. But man, he has a lot of attorneys that he's not paying for, a lot of free attorneys. Too bad that when his wife and the mother of his one child, who's now school age, too bad that when she was pleading with judges for protection orders against him, and she was testifying in court saying that he had beaten her. Too bad she didn't have free attorneys, high-level attorneys. I will point that out. Because Democrats, this is, again, the look they go, they're not standing up for women, not standing up for women being beaten and domestic violence victims. No, just standing up for those illegals accused of violent crimes.
I do have the clip
luck.
ready for you if you wanted that from Homan talking about Abrego Garcia.
Oh, I'd love it.
Here you go.
What's your response to accusations that you're weaponizing the immigration system, and will, in fact, Abrego Garcia soon be heading to Uganda?
He is absolutely going to be deported from this country. He's not going to walk the streets of this nation. So he can enjoy the little time he has with his family. And for the person who says we're not going to separate family, well, his family can go with him because he's leaving. He's going to be deported.
What's
He's
your
a criminal
response?
alien. He's a member of MS-13, which is now a designated terrorist. He's a white beater. He's a human trafficker. He's been indicted for human trafficking and alien smuggling. He's a bad person. He's not going to be here. He's been order removed twice. Order removed by 2 different federal judges. He's going to leave this country in the very near future, and his family can go with him. I can't see who was talking before the sound bites, but whoever said we're taking advantage of broken immigration system, what do they do? What do those people do the last 4 years about this broken immigration system? They let 10.5 million people cross that border. Sex trafficking women and children, all-time high. Overdose deaths of fentanyl, all-time high. Number of terrorists, all-time high. They didn't do anything to fix it. President Trump is keeping his promise to American people to enforce the law, and that's what we're doing. We're making this country safer every day by removing people like Abrego Garcia.
Hey, just to follow up, Tom, so just to be clear, is Abrego Garcia headed to Uganda? The lawyers apparently telling the AP that DHS notified on Friday at 4 p.m. that they may remove him to Uganda in 72 hours. Can you confirm that?
Look, Uganda's on the table. We'll see. I mean, the DOJ's, our immigration attorneys and the judges, they're all in negotiations, and we'll see what happens. But Uganda's on the table. We have an agreement with them. It's on the table. Absolutely.
So there it is on the table. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I want to get to my favorite story that happened. And so Dan Borowski, I'm not sure because I was in North Carolina. We'll talk about, moving kids into college and schools starting today in Philadelphia. We'll get to all of that. But one of my favorite stories that I have to revisit is remembering a judge in New York who I called Engamoron. Do you remember this back in the day? And so this was a big win for President Donald J. Trump. And so I did have a little woohoo, celebration dance. It was probably the one story because I was trying to just unplug, if you will, and spend family time last week. But I did have a little celebration. Celebrate good time. I'm not going to sing for you like those horrible singers.
Oh, you should.
But I will say, celebrate, because this is a major win that we knew was coming, that we expected. And remember this, and I was very proud of myself at the time. It was right before we thought the ruling, or I wrongfully thought that this ruling by this 5-panel group, this appellate court, remember when Trump did the rally and it was at Madison Square Garden? This was last fall, taking you back. And we all felt the momentum with Trump, the candidate, Trump Force 47, and he was going to New York. And I had been reporting on this appellate court and Engamoron, and I had predicted that this, of course, because we had that audio, that yes, they're gonna overturn this ridiculous situation, and then we've been wondering, like, what the heck has been taking so long, and why haven't they ruled on this? And so with this one, we saw that Justice David Friedman, he was in this appellate court ruling where they have obviously erased that ridiculous $500 million a penalty. And this goes back to Letitia Tish James, her high-profile civil fraud case. And this is a huge, another win, another exoneration, if you will, of President Donald J. Trump, now President Trump. But it's one of the reasons that I think it was so over the top with all of this persecution of a former president and a candidate for president that we saw. And so it was Letitia James using her office, and she promised, I mean, she was not even trying to hide the fact that she was using her campaign, using her office then to persecute a political candidate. We should never have that. Not for Democrats, Republicans, not for anybody, okay? And so I did love this as one of the justices who wrote this, he said that James' true aim was political and the case should be dismissed. And he wrote that her ultimate goal was not market hygiene, but political hygiene, ending with the derailment of President Trump's political career and the destruction of his real estate business. I know that last week, the Trump sons, Eric and Don Jr., they were speaking out about this, and you guys probably carried it, Dan, so forgive me. I know that you guys saw this late last week. It was, breaking on Friday, but I just was so thankful that this happened because it's just wrong. It really is. And I don't want persecution. I don't want political persecution anyplace. And so I know that a lot of people were saying, well, look at what's happening with Bolton. I don't want persecution of him. I don't really want to see his face and that ridiculous mustache that looks like a schnauzer. It just reminds me of a dog. I love schnauzers and I love dogs, and I have relatives who have. I just want to see his face. But if he or anybody, if they did wrong, did Comey do wrong? I don't have that information. So late last week, we saw that. All the allegations about, all these different individuals. I know that Kash Patel was going after and had raided the office. I don't know if you saw that. Bolton, this is Trump's fired and disgraced, if you will, NSA chief. But John Bolton his home was searched. Then they got a search warrant for his office. All of that was searched. And to my knowledge, they have not yet released the findings, they've not yet released the deets of the search warrant. Because I always look at those. I look at the original record of it because I know some of you do too. If you know how to look that stuff up, we like to see what was in the search warrant. What were they looking for? Because that's a telltale, right? That tells you what they know is in there because they already know. They have a good sense of it. And so that gives you it's not about the book. This is not, I know that's being widely reported. That's not what this is. They have information that I have to say alleged, but this is allegedly somebody in a higher office that is allegedly trying to cash in on classified documents. That's part of this accusation. And so was he sending documents that were classified documents to his wife, to his daughter, to other close associates? That's the question here. If he was, then be transparent about it, get it over with. But I don't want to make a big thing about it. I don't. I want to move on. I want to make America great again. I want to make America safer again. I want to make sure that we improve the economy and make the quality of life and the quality of education here in Philadelphia and across the nation. I believe that's Trump's ultimate goal. And as well, we're talking about Gaza. We're talking about Russia. It's unfortunate that while I was away, I was sorry to see that Putin, he's been naughty. Shame. So what is Trump going to do about that? We got to solve it. We got to have world peace. Trump didn't create it. but he's going to fix it. He's going to clean it up. So I don't want to take part in persecution. I take no glory in that. I don't necessarily want to see it, but I do want to see justice prevail. And I think you're with me, or maybe you're not. 855-839-1210. Gotta go. Ooh, I'm way over. Sorry. Beth Ann Rossica coming up, and good job by Dan Borowski, because will she be the next governor of Pennsylvania? Stacy Garrity coming up at 11 a.m. Be right back.
Still asleep?
How cold.
Caitlin! Let's go, honey! It's 11.
I've tried everything. Texted, knocked, even DM'd her. I might be blocked.
Okay, time to break out the Hatfield.
Oh, sweet. Bacon. And it's only 11? What a morning.
When better care leads to better pork, it's irresistible. Hatfield Pork. Better care, better pork.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
From now through August 31st, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. That's right, you could pay nothing until 2027. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com to get this great offer. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Every week on the Moth Podcast, we share stories that are funny, strange, heartbreaking, and above all, true.
I myself have been married for 56 years. Unfortunately, to 4 different women.
It turns out the people I was looking for all my life is what you people would call nerds.
Follow and listen to The Moth on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Hey pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It is back to school. So for Philadelphia children across the region, back to school day 1. You know, I think about my kids over the years. I think we all do. You can't help it, you know. And they wore uniforms, and I have their pictures over the years when my parents were visiting, especially my dad. And you know, it's just a wonderful memory of back to school for Philadelphia school children. We've been updating you all morning on the fact that because of the failure of a lack of a budget that is the biggest budget that we've seen, quite bloated, $51.5 billion, Governor Josh Shapiro. And so no budget yet. And this is SEPTA, more than $213 million dollar deficit. And so what does that mean? Cuts in busing, and SEPTA losing money, especially when it comes to busing. Philadelphia school children, as you well know, middle school level, and all the high school students, they do not have what every suburban kid has, bus service. No, not for Philadelphia school children. They are denied. They are banned from buses. That's school buses earmarked for them. They have to take SEPTA, the public buses. And so these cuts impact them because of a lack of a budget, despite the fact that we have at least a $2 billion transportation emergency fund that could cover it. Uninterrupted service, but the Democrats in our legislature, they've said no. We'll have that conversation moving forward with our treasurer, Stacy Garrity, among other topics, as she has officially put her hat in the ring to challenge Governor Josh Shapiro if he chooses to, want to be governor again. All right, let's get to our next guest. And we are both moms talking about kids starting school, but not grade school, not middle school, not high school. We're talking about college and thinking about taking your kids. So my husband, Larry Menti, and I, we were moving our 18-year-old into freshman year in college in North Carolina. And guess who else was in the South moving her child, and I have to say child, Beth Ann Rossica, our great writer, broadandliberty.com. You can see her latest piece, A College That Loves America. Imagine that. Hey, Beth Ann, how was your trip?
Oh, it was good, Dawn. Bittersweet, I'm sure, as it was for you as well.
Yeah, I cried a couple of times. I admit it.
Yeah, me too. I definitely cried. I did a good job keeping it together in front of my son.
Yes.
But I definitely cried on the drive home and for a couple of days afterwards. But he's in a good place, but it's hard. It's harder than I anticipated letting go.
And it's weird because it didn't really hit me because we were so busy moving him into the dorm, all that stuff. And we flew, and then all the flights were canceled. And so I was like, went through Dan Borowski and I were, we were on a group text, preparing for today. And I'm like, oh, and he's like, are you going to get back? You're the only in person. Everybody else is Zoom. And so we're, worried about the flight delays. So it wasn't until last night being home, and I still have one at home, but we were like, oh my gosh, without David here, it's just so quiet. And then it sort of hits you like, oh,
yes.
Yeah,
no, and I still have one at home too. I'm in the same situation. It's very, very, it's very bizarre. It's very weird. And I feel like, I don't know what he's doing all the time now, like you knew their schedule, you knew what was going on, and you don't know that anymore. So it's just, it's a very, very strange feeling.
Yeah. And so as we go through this sort of redefinition, because I think when we have to have this conversation actually with Dr. Marian Mass, empty nest, because I think women more than men, and you guys can tell us 855-839-1210, but I do think moms, it's part of our identity, even if, whether you're a full-time dedicated stay-at-home mom, whether you've done the hybrid thing or whatever that looks like. I still think women tend to identify, being a mother definitely is a defining situation, or at least for my husband, I would say it's less tough on dads, or maybe they just don't show it. I'm not sure, but we have to talk about that.
I think it is a little bit of all of those things. I think that it does impact men differently. And I do think that moms feel, a very biological connection to their child. Mm-hmm. And so when they're no longer with you, it feels like I wrote, like a little piece of my heart is like left in North Carolina, because, it's 18 and a half years you spend worrying and focused and, paying attention to everything that they're doing and everything that's going on. And then it's like, they're not here anymore. I don't know what they're doing. And I hope they're doing okay. I hope they're making good decisions. And, you just hope that everything that you've taught them over the last 18 plus years of their life, they remember and they focus on. And when they do make mistakes, that they learn and grow from them and get up and keep moving. So it is a very strange feeling.
It is. And so So you're writing about patriotism, a college that loves America. Why can you share a little and everybody, we're not going to give the whole thing because it's beautifully written, but broadandliberty.com, and please catch up if you haven't read all of Beth Ann's articles. And I just think broadandliberty.com it's fabulous, and please donate to them too. So take us through what your latest. You. Yeah, I mean it.
Yeah. So and I know that you do, Donna. We really appreciate all your support. So for me, my son ended up at High Point University near Greensboro, North Carolina, a little town called High Point. And it was the last school that we looked at. We went and we traveled all over. We went to like 8 different college tours as far as Montana, down to Tennessee, out to Indiana. We were all over the place really trying to figure out what it was that he wanted. And quite honestly, we didn't look at much at all in the Northeast because I really wasn't interested in a lot of what goes on college campuses in the northeastern part of our country. I didn't want my son on a campus where there's encampments and there's protests and there's rampant anti-Semitism. I didn't want him to have to deal with all of that. And so we really looked at colleges in areas where I knew that would not be a big factor. And High Point was not even on our list. We received a bunch of mail from them. And my husband and I were really impressed because they talked about being a life skills university and really focusing on job skills, those soft skills that young adults need to enter the workforce. And especially during all the COVID lockdowns, like I feel like this generation of kids really lost a lot of ground in terms of social interaction with other people. So that was sort of what interested us. And we went down and checked it out. And we went on the tour, and my son left there and said, I love this school. I'm applying here, and I'm applying early decision. And literally that was the only place he applied, and he did early decision. So he was accepted last September. So we knew all his senior year that that's where he was going to go. But I'll tell you, the tour, we were with another family, and one of the first things that they do is they show you a video, just like a 5-minute video, with a message from the president of the university. And the president of the university is a man by the name of Nito Cubain, and he is a gentleman that immigrated here, I think from Lebanon. And he came to America 17 or 18 years old with nothing to his name. And he went to High Point University, which was then like a very, very small school. And he graduated and went on to become, a very big, very, very successful entrepreneur and business person. And so the university asked him to come back and be the president. And I think he's been there like 26 years now. And he's turned the entire operation around. But the part that hit me so strongly was that in his message, he talked about High Point is a God, family, country university. And he says, and I've seen him speak now many times, and he says, we are unapologetically God, family, country. And if you don't believe in these tenets and in these values, then this is not the school for you. And he talks about America is the greatest country in the world. It's not perfect. It is flawed. It has imperfections. And your job, students, is to learn and grow and make America better. But rest assured that it is the greatest country in the world. And every time I hear him talk, I get goosebumps. I get emotional because to me, I think about the difference between that college campus and looking at the footage of like Columbia University, where, outside rabble rousers are beating up hardworking janitors on a college campus. And I think if every young person was immersed in an environment where the message was, let us love and appreciate our country. Let us respect all those who came before us to give us what we have, even knowing and understanding that it's not perfect. It's never going to be perfect, but we can make it better. And I thought, wow, if every college student had that message, think about what a different country we might live in today.
Yeah, it's so true. And I will say for us, Beth Ann, I wish I had known you were that close. So David goes to Elon. I was not far from you.
No, you're like 40 minutes away. It's very, very close.
So, Greensboro, you think of that area, Raleigh, North Carolina, Greensboro, North Carolina, beautiful part of the country. Did you notice gas prices, by the way? Did you happen to
Oh, I
notice?
know.
Oh my
Yes. No,
gosh.
gas prices are so inexpensive. I mean, everything, honestly, everything about the South is there's just so much to be grateful for. And it seems ironic, saying that, but I mean, I know a lot of families who like-minded that they weren't going to look at Northeastern schools. They wanted their kids down south. When I traveled, I worked on a statewide campaign a couple years ago, and I traveled all over Pennsylvania. And I talked to so many parents and even more grandparents, and especially in more rural parts of Pennsylvania, that said to me, my grandchild went off to college and they forgot all their values. They became so indoctrinated by the messaging on those university campuses that, they've lost respect for us. Like, we don't even have a good relationship with them anymore because they think that, we're, too hardcore conservative, or they think this or they think that. And I thought, wow, that's just so sad and so wrong that it's fine to disagree. I mean, I certainly don't want my son to agree with everything or think exactly the way that I think. I want critical thinking. I want independent thinking, but I don't want indoctrination. I don't want them being beaten over the head to believe things that just aren't true. And so I think that's what I really appreciated about the Southern schools, was that you just didn't see a lot of that. And honestly, I think High Point was one of the only schools that when I went online to request information, they only had two genders listed, male and female. So many of the schools have, like 15 different genders listed. And so that was kind of a red flag for me. It was like, all right, this is not the environment that I want to pay a lot of money to send my child to.
Yeah, and for us, I did love the fact that our group, they gathered, they had sort of a send-off picnic, but everybody gathered, sang the Star Spangled Banner, and it was that feeling of, patriotism, and I really loved that. I appreciate it, although he had that in high school and grade school, Catholic grade school and all too, but I do love that feeling of patriotism and not a negativity, as if, oh, that's a bad song, which, sometimes you do see places that actually don't pay tribute to our country or respect our country,
Right.
which is so bizarre to me and so foreign.
No, I know. I know. I mean, High Point every year honors veterans. On Veterans Day, they bring veterans in. When they have open houses and they have like a full, like parents are there, listening to the president speak, he asks every veteran to stand up and be recognized. He rewards them with a High Point blanket to thank them for their service. And I mean, these are just prospective families. These aren't even, kids who have committed to go to school there, because everything around the university is built to appreciate America and its imperfections and how we can make it better. And I just love that, because it's not a Pollyanna view. It's not everything's great, rah, 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 like we don't have any room for improvement. It's not that. It's really recognizing the beauty in this great experiment of a republic, and understanding that there are good sides and there are bad sides, and that it's our job, all of our jobs, to make America better. And so it really struck me when I left my son there, first of all, how grateful I am that he's in such a fantastic environment. He's going to get a great education. He's going to be surrounded by upbeat, happy people. And I think that too really struck me, because so much that we see on the media, the mainstream media, about higher education, universities, it's people yelling and screaming and in your face and like this. And it's like, let's be happy. Let's be joyful. I mean, let's appreciate what we have and learn and grow and change. So I don't know. It all really struck me about how happy I am that he is where he is. And I wish that more young people could be immersed in that type of an environment, and not in an environment where, you fear for your safety going to class.
Well, and you bring up, so a couple of things that you bring up that are great points that struck you and as well struck me, that being in North Carolina with all these different families, I was looking up where does everybody come from? They have a huge percentage of students, much like you're experiencing in High Point, but a huge percentage are from Boston, New York, right?
Yes.
From Massachusetts
Right.
and Boston in particular. What do all these things have in common? So I just found it very interesting that all these people from the Northeast, from big cities like, in Boston, and there's a large percentage, I forget the percentage, I had looked it up, but from Massachusetts, I thought, isn't this interesting? They all want this sort of patriotic, family-oriented. That was another thing Dr. Connie Book, their president, she had asked during her speech, all the parents, for those of you that have, she went through, how many of you brought your fifth child, your fourth child? In other words, celebrating the big families. You know what I'm saying? And that to me was like, wow, this, a big difference.
It's so different. And again, you're right. Like High Point, their goal is to include parents. I get regular communication from them. This is what's happening on campus. This is what's going on. They welcome parents. At the convocation, the closing convocation for move-in weekend, the president said, thank your parents. They worked hard and sacrificed more than you will ever know to get you to this point. I mean, I don't know. I haven't been to a Columbia orientation. I haven't, gone to an Ivy League, but I don't know. I find it hard to believe that the president of the university is telling students to thank their parents, but maybe I'm wrong. I haven't been, I don't know. But I really was struck by what a fantastic message that is to love and respect and honor your parents for what they did to get you there. So yeah, like I said, it was a very bittersweet process. And, I'm still there. It's still, some days are really good. And some days it's like, oh boy, I feel really sad today because I just miss my son. But, the good news is that they've launched and they're independent and they're finding their way, because certainly you don't want the other. That's what I tell myself when I get sad. It's like, well, I don't want him calling every day crying that he wants to come home. I should be happy that he's happy and doing well. And that's really how I try to look at it.
Yes. So we'll moving forward, we have to get Dr. Miriam Mass, and we have to do like a whole, we'll get call-ins, advice, all that fun stuff of emptying, the nest getting emptier, if you will.
Yes. Exactly. Thankfully, I have a couple more years, 2 more years before I'm fully empty. But it's a strange process, but I appreciate you calling and having me come on today, Dawn.
Well, Beth Ann Rossica, we love you. BroadandLiberty.com. Thanks, Beth.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. So, if you have a story, if you have advice, maybe, for kids going off to school. My kids never really Michael did. He went to a Boy Scout camp, but I didn't. I never did the stay away camp thing. I never did that stuff.
No.
And so, did you do that, Dan? Did you do?
No.
Yeah. I didn't, because pedophiles, you know what I mean? Except that one camp, like it was like not even a week, and I was, but that's pretty much it. So
we did a trip to Mount Misery when I was in elementary school, and I bawled so hard I made my parents come pick me up because I was scared of the Jersey Devil, and I think my parents decided at that moment, never again.
I love it.
Yeah.
So if you have I'll make a confession. I did warn David. I said, David, just, honey, beware of the crazy chicks. I did give him that funny. It's like, Mom, but I had to say it.
Yeah. I think the biggest piece of advice I'd give a college kid is you got nothing to prove. Like, I feel like so many people go in there, and in their social lives, they want to prove themselves as some kind of...
That's good advice.
Hoity-toity individual, and that's how you get in trouble a lot of times, is you're trying to impress a girl or something like that, and just be yourself. That's all it takes. Like, I wish I learned that lesson far long ago, rather than trying to be something or impress anybody, just be yourself.
I love it. It's really simple advice. Another thing that the president of Elon, Dr. Connie Book, another thing she said was that she said, I hope you make friends. They might be your lifelong friends. Yeah, make sure you thank your parents, celebrating the families, that all these families. And she said to the parents, stay involved, be involved. And I love that, the encouragement of educators to say, we want you as a parent to be involved even in their college life in some way. And then they have a family day coming up. And then the other thing was, what's the other thing? Oh, and they celebrate all these couples. And locally in I won't say in our region, there is Christine and Rich. I won't embarrass you, but they met and fell in love on campus as Elon students.
Oh.
They're like the sweetest people. They hosted an event down the shore. We got to be friendly with them, and they have their, 2 daughters and a son, 2 of their kids going to Elon. But the university celebrating those people that sort of made a love connection in college, and then the university president saying, I know we have couples here who are now parents of college kids.
Wait.
You met and fell in love. We hope you meet your future husband or wife.
You can't do that.
That's what she said.
No, you can't honor a nuclear family in 2025.
She did. I was like, oh.
Wow.
And that was like pretty deep
stuff.
stuff.
A man, a woman get married and have children?
So that was like
it is worth celebrating.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it is.
So then David's like, yeah, I do hope I meet my future wife here. I was like, wow, this is getting really heavy. I don't know if I'm
moving
ready
fast
for
here,
this.
Dave. Let's move in first before we.
And then he goes, can I get a TV for my room? Did you have a TV in your room?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah, my parents got it for me.
So we
as a gift.
We went to Target because they have a 20% off. If you show his school ID, you get 20% off at Target.
Oh, did you get a copy of his ID to go shopping?
I know, right? I'm like, oh.
How big is the TV? A 70-inch?
40-inch.
Okay.
40.
No, that's perfect for.
Right?
Was he living in a dorm room or an apartment? Yeah.
In the dorm.
You don't need bigger than that.
So we got 40-inch. And the fluffy rug, all that stuff.
Yeah. Was it packed with a college kids Target?
It was jam.
Oh, it's terrible.
Packed.
I hate going to Target when there's college moving weekend.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
But it was fun. It was. He's happy. He's on the meal plan. All you can eat. They're losing money on my kid, Dan.
Now, how do you feel though? You're like, I know you're a very busy individual, but I feel like your busyness is kind of just decreased.
I would
mightily.
Yeah. The weird thing will be this weekend. It's the first fall in 12 years that Larry and I are not, scrambling, tailgating, high school football, and all high school sports with both sons. So
now
it's really weird.
Someone that goes. I mean, a lot of parents, and I hate to say this, but a lot of parents kind of look at it as the light at the end of the tunnel, where they finally get to, let their shoulders down, relax a little bit. But I don't get that vibe from you at all. I think it's complete opposite with you.
I don't think, as a parent, I just think that it evolves. But no, I don't feel that way at all.
Yeah.
I don't. But I'm glad that I have a busy job, because if it's your identity as a parent, as like a stay-at-home mom, I think I think it is tough.
Yeah.
You need to make sure that you take care of you, and that you have other things that you are focused on. That if that define that part of your life, that's beautiful and amazing. But then you should not, be crying or be sad. You should just stay busy and move on and sort of reinvent yourself.
Good theory. I like that.
That would be my
I like that.
advice. Because otherwise you're stalking your kid.
But I feel like you got to be going through it mentally. It's got to be tough for you. So I sincerely, it's a weird thing to say I'm praying for you, but I know it's got to be tough for an empty nester like yourself that loves her kids so much.
But you know what? For all of us who are going through this, we can live vicariously through Dan and Maisie.
Well, and I think that's the reason why this is pulling at my heartstrings so much, is because one of the pieces of advice I hear over and over again is don't take any time for granted. Take it slow, enjoy every moment, because just around the corner, you're driving your kid down to North Carolina, dropping off at Elon, and it moves fast. And I can't wait to have the audience live vicariously through me and my child. But again, back to you, Dawn. It's just
Sweet little girl.
I feel for you. I feel for you, because I can only imagine fast forwarding 18 years what it's going to feel like.
Well, and that's just it. I think about Greg Stocker taking his little Dylan to kindergarten for the first time. I have a relative, I don't know, I can say Stacia, her youngest, Timmy, is off to, for the first time, kindergarten. And she had a pandemic baby. You know what I mean? And they have, 8-ish, 10-ish, you know what I mean? So they have 3 kids, but this is the baby. And so you think about whatever phase of life it is, you're exactly right. Cherish every memory, take all the pictures, take all the videos, because in the blink of an eye, I'm sure for Greg and Greg Stocker, that's part of the reason I think they're taking off to, you know what I mean? You want to be on that bus stop or take him to school, whatever that is. plant a tree, put it next to him. You know what I mean? Get all those cutesy little pictures.
And this is a time, especially for Greg at this age, like you got to cherish this moment. Yeah.
Well, and I think
cherish all moments. But
cherish all the moments. But tell me if I'm wrong. If you had your kids, let's say you were married when you were like my parents. My mom got married right out of high school. She had she was a valedictorian of her high school. She had all kinds of free ride offer scholarships. She wanted to be a full-time stay-at-home mom, and she was the best. And so for her, she got married at 19 and had her kids young. But because when you are married younger, then in a way, like my parents were like, yeah, bye-bye. You're off. You're 18 now. I was a teenager when I got married. So their attitude was different. Mm-hmm. I think the fact that people are waiting to have kids, you view that differently. You're like with Greg. I guarantee you he won't admit it. How much you want to make a bet? We have to take a poll. Greg Stocker will be bawling. He will have tears. There will be tears when his kid goes off to the first day of kindergarten. And I'm telling you.
And that's the thing is, I can only imagine because you're with that child or that child is 24/7, you know, and then finally and that's the thing. We talked about the Fairfax mother. We played her during the morning show where she talks about how she has a lot of struggle. It's a tough decision to make now because she has a young child that she's going to send off to public schools, and she just doesn't trust the leadership of the schools or the teachers to involve her in the raising of that child. So it's a tough situation in today's world, but you know, I think people deserve, you know, Greg, this is his time to bond. You know, I think he needs to, and I'm happy to hear that's what he's doing.
And to celebrate fatherhood, to celebrate motherhood, as you and Maisie are, you know, about to celebrate that. So we'll have this. Maybe I'll ask upcoming Stacy Garrity to weigh in on this as somebody who is a mom, but also is an elected official and somebody who has, I believe, you know, some strong opinions about school choice and the celebration of what that means and promises that were made by our current Pennsylvania governor, Josh Shapiro, and promises that were not kept. And this really has to do with parent involvement, parent school choice, and what that looks like, the quality of education that's so highly valued and a real fix for our schools, I believe. So we'll get into all of that and more. But we want to hear Dan and I and Jimmy Kelly's here, and Jimmy's been running around. We're shorthanded, but not that you'll notice it. But we have like half the staff that, you know. But that's all right. We're doing the double, triple duty.
It's working.
You know, it's working, baby. Yeah. So we'll get your thoughts. 855-839-1210. Thanks for being here. It's so good to be back on this Monday morning. Be right back.
Imagine if today was the day your idea changed someone's life. Imagine if you could help someone pay for college, help your community build a new playground, or help a child make it to that dream competition. With GoFundMe, it's all possible. GoFundMe is the world's #1 fundraising platform trusted by over 200 million people. Every week, ordinary people meet their goals and do extraordinary things. Your ideas matter. GoFundMe isn't just for emergencies. Want to raise money for your kid's soccer team or raise funds for a small business, a creative project, or event? GoFundMe helps you turn ideas into reality. And help adds up. Fundraisers you start for someone else raise up to 5 times more. So think right now, who could use your help? Change rarely comes from waiting. It comes from someone deciding, today I'll start. Don't wait for someone else to bring change. Today, start your fundraiser in just minutes at GoFundMe.com/news. That's GoFundMe.com/news to start your fundraiser. GoFundMe.com/NEWS. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Transform your home this Labor Day with Bucks County Estate Traders Labor Day sale. Save 20 to 50% off store-wide. Explore all styles here with high-quality furniture and statement pieces. Discover nearly 20,000 unique items from 18th century American and European design to mid-century modern and contemporary showstoppers. Shop online with code LABOR25 at buckscountyestatetraders.com or visit our Hatfield showroom, open 7 days a week. Hurry, Labor Day savings runs now through September 1st. Some exclusions apply.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
President Trump in the Oval. He's talking. He's signing executive orders. Let's listen in.
Well, thank you very much. It's a very important day for many reasons. We've had a lot of important days lately, but this is a meeting and a group of people that are doing an unbelievable job in a thing called crime, and in particular, violent crime. Today we're going to be discussing it, and I watched as a very incompetent mayor from Chicago said, well, what do they know? They only arrested 9 people. I said, 9 people? We didn't arrest 9 people. We actually arrested a total of well over 1,000 people. We took hundreds of guns away from young kids that were throwing them around like it was candy. We apprehended scores of illegal aliens. We seized dozens of illegal firearms. There have been 0 murders. It sounds sort of terrible to say. It's embarrassing. I did this over the weekend. I'm making a speech, and I acted like I was so proud as I said, we've had 0 murders in the last week. And some of these people were from foreign countries. They said, that doesn't sound so good. And I said, well, it doesn't sound good, but Washington was the most dangerous place in this country. And now, you know what? It's probably the safest place in our country. Everyone's starting to come here. The restaurants now you can't get in. Many of them closed because they couldn't open with crime. Everybody before me is happy what I'm doing. Most of you won't say that because you're radical left. The newspapers are so dishonest. The press is totally dishonest, but that's all right. We've gotten used to it. And we won in a landslide, so they obviously lost their power. I mean, it's impossible to imagine that when you get 97% negative stories, purposely negative stories, even though you've done 97% positive things, that you could win an election in a landslide, winning all 7. Think of it, all 7 swing states, winning by the popular vote by millions of votes. We had it fantastic. The best is your districts. Out of 3,000 districts, I guess we won 3,500. We won 2,750, and they won 500. And that's, to me, the best of all. And we had tremendous in every way, the election. And it's hard to believe you can do that when you have a corrupt media. But many of you are corrupt, and it's nothing we can do about it. But we keep winning, and we're going to keep winning. And this whole story on crime is incredible that the Democrats wouldn't be with us. So the mayor of Chicago, I watched him this morning, he said, Trump doesn't know what he's talking about. He only apprehended 9 people. Well, number one, that's false. It's thousands. We'll get into that. But more importantly than anything, we took guns away. We have some of the worst career professionals out of the country already. They've been taken out of the country, and some are in solid confinement because these were killers. We arrested some very bad people. And in the last 11 days, again, I hate to say it because it sounds so ridiculous, but in the last 11 days, we've had no murders.
Isn't that incredible?
And that's the first time that's taken place in years, actually years. We always have a murder a week. They call it a murder a week. You come here from Iowa, you come here from Indiana, you come here from Idaho, because you're so proud of your country, you love your country, and then you get murdered. Your son gets murdered, your daughter gets murdered, you get murdered. See the media, you get murdered. Many of you have been mugged in Washington, you just don't want to talk about it. And I know that every time I do this with you, you almost everything, but every time I do this with you, people are saying to yourselves, he's right, and then you write a negative story. But we are doing an incredible job. The people behind me are amazing. We're working very well with the Washington police, as you know. The D.C. National Guard is unbelievable. We're also getting tremendous help from Secret Service. And we are at a point where Washington is booming again. People are pouring in like we haven't seen for years. Nobody wanted to come here. They didn't want to come here and get murdered. I have a friend of mine who has a very successful son. And I said, where is your son going to be this weekend? He said, he's going to Washington with his friends. I said, really? Yeah, he's wanted to do it for 4 years, but he couldn't do it because it was so unsafe. And he's a tough kid, too. It's so unsafe. And he ended up staying 3 nights, going out to restaurants all 3 nights. He said it was so beautiful, so peaceful, because all the criminals are either arrested or they're hiding. And we're finding the ones that are hiding. So I want to thank Pam Bondi. I want to thank our vice president. I want to thank everybody standing behind me. Because they are really, Gaddy, you've been unbelievable, by the way. They have done an unbelievable job. They're working 24 hours a day. And Washington, D.C. is now in great shape. I'm going to be working with Clark Construction, which is by far your biggest construction company. And we're going to also beautify Washington. We're going to rip down the broken medians, fix them. We're going to put asphalt on the roads. We're not ripping them apart like these stupid people do. They rip a road. They rip a road down to the dirt, and then they spend 5 years in building the new one, and then it starts settling. You know, the whole thing is so crazy. And they'll spend hundreds of millions of dollars on a road. I'll spend about $2, and it'll look better. So we're going to be replacing medians. We're going to be replacing much of the asphalt in the road, which in the city, which is in bad shape. We have great stripers. We have great contractors. But we have to let them do the thing. The Congress has said that they'll give us whatever money is needed to fix up the Capitol. This is the Capitol. And we're not going to spend a lot. It's going to go fast. And it will be spotless. And we want it spotless for the World Cup and for the Olympics. You saw the World Cup was here the other day. And come to think of it, there's your trophy for the World Cup. In fact, it's solid gold. That's actually solid gold. So heavy that some of the people in this room wouldn't be able to lift it up. I think what I'm going to do is place it right above the angel, right over there. That's solid gold, too. We're going to put it right up there. Look at that. There's a solid gold trophy. They know how to get to me, you know. I like the angel better, to be honest with you. So we're going to sign, and then we'll take a few questions, and we'll tell you how good a job we're doing. We want to go from here to other places, but I was telling some of the people that in a certain way, you really want to be asked to go. You know, I hate to barge in on a city and then be treated horribly by corrupt politicians and bad politicians like a guy like Pritzker. He ought to spend more time in the gym, actually. This guy is a disaster. Gavin Newsom's a disaster. When we went, we saved Los Angeles. You wouldn't have been able to have the Olympics in Los Angeles. You're barely able to have it now. They did lose 25,000 houses to a fire that should have never occurred because they didn't let the water come down from the Pacific Northwest, which you guys don't want to write about. I had to break into the water supply to let the water down.
He's leaving.
And even now, we want more. We can have much more. It's less than half of what should be coming in. I don't know, they have a political thing about it. It's like the craziest thing I've ever seen. But I don't like going to a town, a city, place, a state, and then be criticized by some corrupt or incompetent governor where crime is rampant. Like, take a look at D.C. Crime was rampant. It was at the all-time worst. It got really bad during the Biden 4 years. And then I have a mayor stand up and say how crime has reached a 30-year low. 30-year low. People are being killed left and right. And it's not a 30-year low. Think of it. So for 11 days, there's been no murders. The record goes back years where that's happened. They haven't seen that happen in years. And then people stand up, and instead of thanking us, which they should do, and she's not that bad. She's better than most. But, you know, you have people, I watched in Illinois, Chicago, Illinois is a disaster. I have property there. It's a disaster what's going on in Chicago. And you get Pritzker, he's violating our rights. I think this is another men and women's sports thing. I think this is one of those, you know, they call them 80-20 issues. I call them 97-3. I think the Democrats better get smart. And, you know, politically, I hope they don't. But actually, in terms of love for the country, I hope they do, because it will be good to work together. So I'm thinking about, you know, when I have some slob like Pritzker criticizing us before we even go there. I made the statement that next should be Chicago because, as you all know, Chicago's a killing field right now. And they don't acknowledge it. And they say, we don't need him. Freedom, freedom. He's a dictator. He's a dictator. A lot of people are saying maybe we like a dictator. I don't like a dictator. I'm not a dictator. I'm a man with great common sense, and I'm a smart person. And when I see what's happening to our cities, and then you send in troops, instead of being praised, they're saying you're trying to take over the republic. These people are sick. But I'm really saying, and I say this to all of you, in a certain way, we should wait to be asked, because they have cities that are so under control, you know, out of control. So we go in and fix it. They take the full credit for it, and they go out and say, I heard it this morning. They're saying how well they've done over the last 10-day period, that they set record lows. They don't say that we're there with very tough people, by the way.
And so President Donald J. Trump, and, you know, I love the fact that as he's speaking live, some of you commenting on the YouTube chat as well, we are live, we are local. Dawn Stensland reporting here as President Trump sitting at the Resolute desk, very relaxed, if you notice, extremely relaxed, and just calls out people in a very, very polite way, even calling billionaire Governor Pritzker a total slob. But the way he says it, I kind of giggle because he's like, he's a slob. Needs to get to the gym. And then calls out very serious issues, Chicago, killing fields, and then as well, just right to their faces. I mean, what would you say? I mean, you think about the Oval Office, it's not that big. And you think about the fact that he has media, you know, probably feet away from him and saying how they are corrupt, how they are biased. And that's a shame, but there's nothing we can do about it. So, hey, sort of smiles and goes along very matter-of-factly. I love that approach as he's speaking, but saying that this is a 80-20 and 90-10 issue, that he has zero tolerance for this kind of crime and zero tolerance as well for the city of any city in America to be ridden with trash or to look, you know, like it's trashy, ugly, dirty. He's saying, no, we're going to clean up these cities. And what he's really saying is, I care about you. I care about you, the residents of D.C., whether you voted for me or not, because most probably did not. But that's what Democrats fear the most, right? Here's a president who cares about them, even though they didn't vote for him. He's saying, I care about you. You know what? You don't deserve this murder. You don't deserve this crime. You know what you deserve? You deserve the highest quality of life, no matter who you are, no matter who you voted for, no matter what your zip code. That's a pretty powerful message from President Trump. So somebody else we want to hear from with, I think, a very powerful
Before we go there, Dawn,
message. Yes, sir.
Just a quick 10-second.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
We got to celebrate. I'll call it Garrity girl power. Even though I know she's a woman, she's a military veteran, maybe I shouldn't be so casual. But I am so excited to know, because the last time we talked, our great treasurer here in Pennsylvania, Stacy Garrity, had said, well, 90+%, we want to get things organized, we want to launch the campaign. And I said, come on, you know that people want you to run for gov. And besides, it's such a wonderful alliteration, Governor Garrity. I mean, you got that going for you, too. The alliteration, if for no other reason, but there are many. Congratulations. Woo! We celebrate you.
Oh, thank you, Dawn.
So tell me, I want to hear your reaction. And I apologize to put you on the spot, but, so President Trump speaking out, just saying everybody deserves the best of what America has to offer. I'm paraphrasing, obviously. He's there in the Oval. And President Trump this morning, and a lot of people thinking about the quality of education. Here in Philadelphia, the news headlines consumed with talking about SEPTA cuts, talking about the quality of education with, Philadelphia children, unlike all the other children, or most of them in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, have a school bus. We don't have that in Philadelphia for tens of thousands of high school students and middle school students. I went through this as a Philadelphia parent. You don't have a school bus, okay? You take SEPTA if you're going to, rely on that. And so my kids didn't, for the most part. But just your reaction to the headlines this morning, if I can just get your reaction to thinking about what's happening in Philadelphia, back to school, the way the headlines are portrayed with a lack of a budget. You're the treasurer here in Pennsylvania. What do you see as you look out this Monday morning as kids go back to school? The headlines are, deep SEPTA cuts. Nobody's really focusing on the budget and the lack thereof.
That's right. So the fiscal year that we just finished, which ended June 30th, we spent $3 billion more than what we brought in, Don. $3 billion. And if we would have adopted Governor Shapiro's proposed budget, we would be out of all the surplus plus the rainy day fund in 2 years. And you know what that means. It means it's a Shapiro tax increase. And those aren't my numbers. Those are his numbers.
Mm-hmm.
So first of all, we need to get a budget. And I can't believe that nobody's in Harrisburg. The governor is flying around the country, on late talk radio, or, Stephen Colbert, all the late night talk shows, talking about running for president. Everybody needs to get back to Harrisburg, roll up their sleeves, and get a budget passed, because that's what Pennsylvanians deserve. And as far as SEPTA, nobody does, everybody wants SEPTA funded, but they need to open up their books. Everybody's got to tighten up their belts. I'm sure there's productivity that can be found. And so far, they haven't been willing to do that.
Yeah, and so that's a piece of, and I always, me, I talk about the media and the coverage and the way the coverage goes. So what I notice this morning, whether it's being covered nationally or in particular across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, not just in Philadelphia, is depending on the news outlet, but most of them are not necessarily focusing on the fact that for the third year in a row, like you're saying, we the time expires, no budget, but then as well, the fact that there's this emergency fund that could be tapped into that would probably at least have a temporary fix, right? So that school kids in particular, but also people trying to use SEPTA for work, that they would have kind of a period where they could bridge that gap until the budget is figured out. So when you look at that as somebody who's a numbers person, you're obviously the treasurer, and you're obviously, as Zioli always, we tease that he hates the math, but this is your wheelhouse. What do you see here? I mean, as governor, let me just ask you, by contrast, if you were governor right now, what would you do differently than Governor Josh Shapiro?
Well, first of all, I think the proposal that was presented was really reasonable, because the public transit fund, which I know is for capital, there's $2.2 billion in it, and they only have like $1 billion identified as capital projects. So I thought that was a totally acceptable proposal, because otherwise, if you take money from somewhere else, you've got to replace it. So I thought that was a great proposal. I don't know why it was rejected. But ever since I've been the treasurer, Don, I've mentioned this before on your show, we have run a deficit every single year, and it's just not sustainable. I mean, it was covered by all the federal influx of dollars during COVID, but those days are gone. And so we have to get our spending under control, and we have to generate more revenue. And we're just not doing it. Pennsylvania should be leading the nation. We shouldn't be behind. We have the 5th largest tax burden, in the entire nation, and our seniors can't afford it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's my, so I've been talking about the fact I was off last week, so I'm sorry I missed your I know you were with Dom Giordano and Dan Borowski, and that was so cool, and I'm sorry I wasn't here to celebrate last Monday. But my husband and I, our family, we were moving my 18-year-old son, David, to North Carolina, off to college. And one thing I noticed, gas prices and just a lower cost of living, even, just everything. We were shopping and just lower prices and affordability, and people really talked about it. Just even with food, portions were bigger, all of that. Obviously, their power bills are lower to warm or cool their households, that sort of thing. And so when I think about the South, how many people here that I personally know, Stacy Garrity, who left this area, the Northeast, let's say, not just Pennsylvania, and moved south, that's one of the reasons. So what are your strategies to get, to make sure that we don't lose valuable people who are here right now, or lure them back? And how does your military experience, obviously you're Bronze Star, Legion of Merit, you're an awarded, decorated military veteran, but as well decades of business leadership, and now as Pennsylvania treasurer. So with your experience, how do you see, rebuilding Pennsylvania, making Pennsylvania great again?
Well, we need, when you look at natural gas, this is just one example of, in the United States, Pennsylvania has 25% of it. And so if you just look at the Marcellus Shale, we have $1 trillion of value just in public lands. So if we unleash what we have underneath our feet, and yes, we can do it and have clean air, clean water. That's, we know that our natural gas is the cleanest in the world. That would create tens and tens of thousands of jobs. Billions and billions of dollars of economic opportunity for our communities, and it would give us some financial breathing room. And you know what? I travel to all 67 counties every single year, done it 5 years in a row. And you talk to parents, you talk to grandparents, they want opportunities for their kids, and they want those opportunities here in Pennsylvania. And right now, our kids don't stay because we don't have family-sustaining jobs. And like you said, people are leaving the Commonwealth. And so the other thing is we are overregulated. I was at Ag Progress Days a couple weeks ago at State College, and farmers were talking about took 3 years to get a permit just to build a barn. I mean, that's just ridiculous. And so there's so much we can do, but Pennsylvania needs to be open for business, and so that we can compete with our neighbors.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's a big part of it. I should point out too, me speaking about media coverage. And one thing I do notice, and that's why I focus on it, that in media coverage, I don't see as much that you are a decorated veteran, that your nickname, Angel of the Desert, for example, earning that title. Because I'm thinking, wow, that's what if Stacy Garrett were a Democrat? First of all, Stacy Garrity were a Democrat. You would be on every magazine cover, and not just in Pennsylvania. It would be a national story. And oh, she's an angel. That would be all over the place. And I promise you that. I'm not just saying that. That is the reality that you face as a conservative woman, as a Republican running for governor, right? And you know that. So how do you overcome that? And then as well, when I think about the fact, not just decorated military service, but then, that you rose from the accountant level at, a major company, becoming the first of, well, you were one of two, I believe, a female vice president at the company. So private sector, military service. I mean, wow, an amazing resume. I just imagine the coverage to myself. You'd be on The View. Have you been invited to The View?
No, I don't think The View will be inviting me on anytime soon. But yeah, you're absolutely correct. But you know what? I've been an underdog my whole life in the military, in the private sector. When I ran for the treasurer's office, I was not supposed to win. And so, I've been able to defeat those odds. People have underestimated me. We all know that, Governor Shapiro is incredibly polished. He's a great politician. He's a prolific fundraiser. But you know what? He's running to be president. And I think the people of Pennsylvania need somebody that wants to serve Pennsylvanians and not put politics ahead of Pennsylvanians. And that's what I've shown that I've done from day one of being the state treasurer. I mean, my goodness, we've given back over $1 billion of unclaimed property, people. We've reduced fees in the PA 529 by $22 million since I've been in office. And our PA ABLE, which is our program for people with disabilities, is the 5th largest in the entire nation.
Just looking at our comments, YouTube chat, and a lot of comments, but David and Suze, they were talking about, what about more Doge? Is that something with regard to government efficiency that you would try to implement? And then from the executive branch, I know that in the legislature they've tried to pass legislation on that, but looking at a bloated budget, what do you feel needs to be done to bring things in line?
Oh, my goodness. So just in my office alone, because we make every single payment in the Commonwealth, which is about 20 million payments a year, 3 payments a second, we stopped $1.7 billion in 1 year alone of improper payments from going out the door. And it resulted in true savings, because a lot of that gets, corrected and kicked back out, of $88 million. And so that's just in my agency. And so if you're the governor's office, I don't think you need legislation passed. You have to tell everybody, examine all your contracts, look at them, and take out waste. Because in the private sector, every year we had to look for productivity improvements. Why aren't we doing that in the public sector? And we can absolutely do that. And if everybody can find 10%, then we're well on our way to, to fixing the deficit.
Yeah, and it's so important. I wanted to ask you and maybe you've already addressed this, but I was off last week. So before I left, I was looking at this document by attorneys general as we continue the conversation with Stacy Garrity, our treasurer in Pennsylvania, announcing to run for governor of Pennsylvania. And even though she won't say it, I'll say it, would be the first, woman, female governor of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That's would be an incredible feat. But Governor Josh Shapiro had signed on with attorneys general from across the nation. And this has to do with transgender issues and those invasive treatments, for example, of children. What are your views of that? First of all, I will tell you, I was surprised because his name is the only name. Everybody else, it says the state of so on, the state of so. his name stands out, and it's v. Trump. So going directly head to head with President Trump with regard to supporting. In other words, this has to do with support of girls in sports, but those treatments of children that are surgical. In other words, where do you stand on that issue?
Well, I'm pretty clear about that. I don't think we need to make it easy for kids to, mutilate their body parts. I think it's ridiculous. I mean, think about it. A 14-year-old, they can't even decide what they want to have for dinner. You're going to let kids decide that, if they want to chop off their body parts. The other thing that he went against is he supports trans competing against our girls and our women in sports. And he came out and said that, and I think that's also ridiculous. Why aren't we protecting our girls?
Yes, and that's something I don't know if this will happen. I will predict that perhaps it will. Somebody like Riley Gaines, Paula Scanlon, who I've gotten to know because they were here a lot speaking to this very issue across the suburbs, especially in Harrisburg and Montgomery County, locally in, Chester County, Bucks County. I mean, this was an issue that a lot of parents were really curious as far as what to do, because I think parents were perplexed over this. Parents of girls who, even I know some who, I'll be honest with you, Stacy Garrity, they pulled their daughters out of public schools because they were just concerned about it and put them in private, which was a real financial, that's tough when you're not planning on it. So for you as a Pennsylvania governor, your stand. Did I lose her? Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
We lost her right there.
There we go.
Oh,
sorry.
no,
I'm so sorry. We couldn't hear your answer.
We had a muting situation.
Yes,
sorry
I'm
about that.
so sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
But go ahead.
Yeah, to be very clear, biological males will not be competing against our girls and our women in sports. And it's not just a matter of safety, it's a matter of privacy. They should not be in their locker rooms. I mean, that's terrible, and we should be protecting our girls.
Yeah, it's a shame that we it's almost like a Monty Python bit from, it's a shame that we have to even say this. And, we've all talked about this. There can be a lane for everybody that empowers everybody, and that's not against anybody. It's what I hear you saying, that it's really about supporting and empowering girls and women and their privacy rights, as well as their rights to compete, at a fair level.
That's exactly right. I mean, why are we not protecting our girls? And it has nothing to do about trans at all. It's about the biological males should not be competing against girls and women in sports. I mean, and they shouldn't be in their locker rooms. That's ridiculous.
So for you, as you now will be campaigning, as you will be taking on Governor Josh Shapiro, what do you say about the school choice issue? It's amazing to me that this was one of his key campaign promises. You don't hear about it. Where do you stand on, and how do you feel about school choice issues and fixing our schools and raising those performance level, I hate to say the scores, because it's not just about the test, but really raising just the quality of education?
We spend $2 billion more since Josh Shapiro took office a year on education, and only 50% of our kids can read and write. And so obviously it's not working, because I look at things through a lens of return on investment, and that's just not a great return on investment. Mm-hmm. So I don't think your zip code should determine your kid's education. And I think we have to put parents back in the driver's seat of their kids' education. And it's not a one size fits all. Yeah. And so I'm 100% for school choice.
And and I'm not sure about this, but is there another governor who you have, met with, or who you admire, who you would say, I'm going to take this little piece or this idea from this governor, that governor? I mean, this is an executive, somebody that you have worked in the private sector as an executive, as a vice president of a major, and it was an accounting, firm. But I'll put it out, industry leaders as well as governors, who do you look to as sort of a model for the nation that you like some of their ideas, whether it's in the public or private sector?
I've been looking at Arkansas, so Sarah Huckabee Sanders, she adopted school choice, but she also increased salaries for teachers. And so she did a little bit for everybody, and I think that's a pretty good model. Florida does a really good job. So I think, that competition is great. I think we can start with, like we tried to with Lifeline scholarships, where we tackle the bottom 15% performing school districts and give those parents an option. Because you know what? Governor Shapiro might be able to play political games with education, but our kids just can't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's something that's so important to say, because I think even if we say, well, we're going to fix things in the future, we have a 5-year plan for a child who's in school, we've talked about this, every month is a huge chunk, a percentage of their life and their learning loss. And we've already seen that with Governor Wolf, somebody you took on as far as somebody who banned children from the classroom and believed in that, among other philosophies. Where do you go from here? I encourage everybody to go and I love your site, and it's GarrityForPA.com, so that people if they don't know everything about you, because they're not going to learn about it from the media, as I've been highlighting. Where do you go from here with your campaign? Do you have some events that we need to know about? And what's your mission here, as now you're officially running for governor of Pennsylvania?
So my mission is just to get out the idea, Pennsylvania has been mediocre, Dawn, for so many years that people don't even think about it. And they don't understand that it doesn't have to be this way. We can have better education. We can have jobs. We can have safe communities, in the Philadelphia area. And, we do not have to be in the bottom in every single metric there is, as far as, taxes, as far as regulation. This is really a chance to change the direction of our state, and we can do it. And if we don't do it, taxes are going to go up. Our kids are going to, not have opportunities here, and we all want, our kids to stay in our great Commonwealth and not leave. I mean, Ohio's kicking our butt. Just look at data centers. They have 192. We have 88. And I just have a totally different vision for our state, and I need to know Pennsylvanians to know that we can be leading the nation. We don't have to be in the bottom.
Mm-hmm. One thing that I noticed about, everybody looks, GarrityForPA.com, there you are. So first you're in a blue suit and you've delivered your video address, and I know that was going viral. But then there's this picture of you in this red dress, standing there with President Donald J. Trump. His red tie matches your red dress, thumbs up. And so as governor, as a campaigning for governor, I don't see you shying away like some Republicans might from President Trump. Will he, do you think, campaign with you? Have you heard anything of that? I have to ask the question because there's the photo. It's a beautiful photo. You got to go to Garrity for PA and you'll see it.
So no, I will not be shying away from President Trump. I've been a supporter from day one. And you know what? The people voted overwhelmingly for him. He won every swing state. And the reason is because they didn't like the direction our country was going. And my goodness, isn't he delivering on every single promise that he made on the campaign trail? And that's just in 7 months. So I can't wait to see what he does in the next 6 months. It's wonderful. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, doubling the child tax care credit. I think it's all wonderful, and I will be honored to get his endorsement, and hopefully it's on the way.
Well, we're tracking all of it, and we look forward to following your campaign and debates with Governor Josh Shapiro, et cetera. So Stacy Garrity, our current treasurer in Pennsylvania. Will she be the first female governor? I don't know if it bothers you when I say that, because obviously this is not a DEI hire. It would be the vote of the people, right?
Don, I don't even think about that.
Yeah.
But then I think about, what did Margaret Thatcher say? If you want something said, ask a man. If you want something done, ask a woman.
Yeah, I love it. Stacy Garrity, until next time, congratulations. And thank you so much for joining me. Stacy Garrity. So there she goes. So check it out. We'll get your thoughts. It's just begun, if you will. And, we'll see where this goes. I look forward to the debates. I look forward to analyzing the media. And I must invite our current Governor Josh Shapiro is welcome. I would love to have him come in person and react to some of what his, political opponent is saying about him and get his, thoughts on that. He's perfectly welcome. And I'm being transparent about it. Governor Shapiro, come in person and sit down here at Odyssey World Headquarters, have the conversation and take on your opponent. So if you have questions for Governor Shapiro, and we'd love to host it, all of us here, right? We would love to do that and have an honest, transparent campaign. Talk about money, talk about improving Pennsylvania and making sure that we don't lose more workers who've gone south. Got to talk about all of it. But I've got to hit the road with a little help from my friends at Piazza. Yeah, because whether you're hitting the beach or cruising through the city this summer, why not do it in style? So the Honda Summer of Performance event, it's going on right now at my favorite Honda dealers, Piazza Honda. So now is the time to get behind the wheel of a new Honda Civic, maybe an Accord, maybe a CRV. That's what my husband Larry has, a new CRV, which is beautiful. I have the sportier, I call it the HRV. It's the HRV, but unbeatable leases. And I got the lease deal as well. I'm lower mileage, so I got the lease deal, which is incredible because to me, it guarantees that you're going to get a newer vehicle because the lease runs out. That was my little strategy. Low finance rates. Hurry in. These summer savings won't last. Drive to Piazza Honda, Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. PiazzaHonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, I'm Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network, PNC Bank loves an exciting game. But we also think a little boring can go a long way. You see, boring banking means you're doing the right things. That is why PNC leaves a third and long to the professionals. Reliable fiscal strategies are more in our zone anyway. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Change your shore life at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa during the $1 million Shore Match Drawing. Earn entries now through August to be one of 2,000 winners to play Shore Match and win up to $1 million cash and prizes, including a 2025 Lincoln Nautilus. Grand prize drawing August 30th. Change your shore life during the $1 million Shore Match Drawing. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Donna Dern, this is my husband, George. We've been with Crash Proof since 2011.
Becoming Crash Proof was the best decision with our money that we've ever made. The money we earn is ours, and the interest is added to the principal. So we compound on top of that money, and there's just nothing better than watching that nest egg grow.
We're still constantly gaining, and it's never going back to where it started.
You let these folks help you out, grow your portfolio, and doesn't cost you a cent.
Look into Crash Proof Retirement. You won't regret it. And just like through turbulent times before, we still fist bump. And we say, yep, we're okay.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant in Deptford, New Jersey on September 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend. Oh, my Bob!
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
A pleasant air mass builds into the Delaware Valley today and sticks around through the rest of the work week. We'll see sunshine and clouds. It'll be warm but lower in humidity, high 86. For tonight, comfortable, mostly clear with a low 62. And for Tuesday, once again, a mixture of sunshine and clouds, low humidity with a high near 80.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Hey, it's Rhea. Drive in style this summer with a new Lexus from Lexus of Cherry Hill during the Golden Opportunity Sales Event. With over 300 new and L-certified pre-owned Lexus vehicles, you'll find the perfect ride for your summer adventures. Veteran-owned, family-operated, an elite of Lexus dealer, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Talk to Tony Labello and his team. They'll get you into the Lexus of your dreams with some of the best deals of the year.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE. Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT.
Oh, baby, please. Yeah, we have more Donald J. Trump. Linda Kearns, we're doing I'm text. Everybody's welcome back Monday because I was off. Linda Kearns was in Graceland. I know she was last week, right? She was talking about that. the great Graceland trip, which is so cool. I love catching up with all of you. And everybody commented, Dan, by the way, on the YouTube chat, because when I mentioned the bigger portions down south, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I mean, we couldn't eat. David was loving it because we got the fridge for him in the dorm room. So we just like got all the, doggy bags, so to speak.
So you're talking like Carolina barbecue?
Oh, I don't know why we didn't get to a barbecue place.
What?
I know. It's a sin.
Really? How about like the Carolina honey hot chicken?
Which I love.
Yeah.
But we didn't. I don't even know why. I have no excuse. I know
You had to get some good Southern cooking though, right?
Yeah.
Like
But we did.
shrimp and grits? Well, I guess that's more Cajun, huh?
No, that's Southern. That's definitely Southern. We
Yeah.
did. I mean, I love the Southern breakfast, the biscuits.
You had to have hit a Waffle House while you were there.
We did not.
What?
No. I know.
Really?
I know. No stinking Waffle House.
I am surprised they're done.
I know. I love Waffle House. The thing is, I love good food. So, but that's kind of why I had to give something up. So I made the decision. I've actually lost over 10 pounds over the past, I don't know, 5 months or something.
Oh, great.
But thank you, darling. But you know what I did? So I decided I'm not going to really have wine unless I'm in Italy or on a conservative tourist trip, because I love ice cream and I love sweets and good food. So I kind of gave up wine, because you have to give up some carbs somewhere.
Yeah.
So
but you really want to give
was
it the wine?
Yeah.
I mean, it's...
Well, the wine here, it's hard to find like the good
ice cream doesn't make you drunk.
But it's ice cream. It's like tiramisu, baby. Like ice cream, just in general. Like good ice cream, not the high fructose crud. But in the South, they got Culver's. They have all these great like homemade ice cream places, desserts.
Get some butter burgers from Culver's.
Oh, butter cake.
Oh, yeah.
Pecan pie. A la mode. Ugh. But yeah, we ate so much. But then we walked a lot too.
Yeah. But
So we walked it off.
It explains why the South is known to have some heftier individuals.
Yeah, this is true. Yeah, you do have big, wonderful people, big, beautiful, but it's all like so friendly. But Larry driving, because we rented a car, and he's like, "Oh my, it's so slow. It's not like the Northeast." And everybody's like, "All righty, have a good day, man."
Oh, it's incredibly infuriating.
Slower.
Like, especially when you go out to eat, and it takes like 45 minutes to get your food.
Doing? Yeah.
Question for you though. This actually came up on YouTube. I forget who brought it up. I apologize, but do you think your son's going down to North Carolina hoping to find a Southern belle?
I do think there's a piece of that he was looking when every school we went to, he was kind of judging the school. I don't know if I should say this, but he was kind of judging like on the quality of the women, so to speak, like young, and there were a lot of like Southern, more conservative women, and just I don't know, like more feminine, or I don't know what to say. I definitely think that was a factor.
Is he going in just if it happens, it happens, or I want to find someone?
No, he said I'm going to meet my wife. And he's going to murder me for. Don't tell him when you see him at the next when he comes. So, but yeah, he said I'm going to meet my wife. He loved that thought. He loved that the university president, said that, and that they actually celebrate. Which is so cool, but they celebrate couples who met at this particular college, like met there, fell in love, and they're married and still married and have a couple kids and, 20 years later, 30 years. Like, how cool is that?
Now, Greek
That's
life, is that
sweet.
something he's going to pursue? Is that prevalent on campus? Is that something you'd advise?
In the South, it's a big, I know all over it's a big thing. In the South, it's a really big deal. But he's like, maybe, he's not.
Going with
he
the
doesn't
flow.
mind it, but it's not like a goal.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well, if you go in with a goal to be a frat guy, it's kind of corny, to be quite honest. But I was a member of fraternity myself, and it's very valuable. You learn a lot of life skills, a lot of leadership skills, especially in a leadership role, and then you use those connections. I have a guy who's working as a VP for Lionsgate Entertainment out in Hollywood now that I was a brother with.
Nice.
So there's pretty cool connections you make. Yeah.
So you were in a fraternity, and Zioli was too at Maryland, right?
Was he?
Was he?
I think I feel like that's true. Yeah.
I have to ask.
Yeah.
So I think that he'll research it, but that's not a goal.
Yeah.
I'll just say.
Good.
I'll just put
Good.
that out there.
No, that's a way to approach it.
So
Yeah.
we have that going on. Love all your advice. What do you have? You've been monitoring all the
Yeah, so we have the
breaking news.
Oval Office signing, Trump explaining why it's important to protect our flag and such. But Stephen Miller, I always love hearing from Stephen Miller. It might be the more fun audio if you want to hear from him. Yeah, talking about 700,000, the refusal of the media to cover the continued work by the Trump administration that we're seeing in Washington, D.C. and such. You want to hear that, Don?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So just to, first of all, follow up on what the Vice President said. No police officer working in the city can remember a time in their lives when there has been no murders. You can work at the police department for 20 years, 30 years, your whole life. We've checked the records. No one can even find a record of being murder-free for as long as we've been murder-free under President Trump's leadership. Additionally, and the President spoke about this before, we've uncovered, in the process of uncovering, a massive scandal in Washington, D.C., with the doctoring of crime stats. And the Department of Justice, under the Attorney General, is leading the effort to uncover this. But when we ultimately share the results, it will stun you. The extent to which, even though D.C. had the worst crime in America, honestly measured, it dramatically understated how bad it was. There's even accusations that murders and homicides were reported as accidents instead of murders. I mean, this is how severe the manipulation of the crime data has been in this city, and it will all be uncovered and it will all be brought to light. You know, I've had a chance to spend some time, as has everyone here, with the police officers in the city. Members of the public are going up to them and thanking them, just overflowing with gratitude, because for the first time in their lives, they can use the parks, they can walk on the streets. You have people who can walk freely at night without having to worry about being robbed or mugged. They're wearing their watches again. They're wearing jewelry again. They're carrying purses again. People had changed their whole lives in this city for fear of being murdered, mugged, and carjacked. It is a literal statement that President Trump has freed 700,000 people in this city who were living under the rule of criminals and thugs. And the last thing I'll say is that under the efforts of Terry, to my left and many here, what they found also is that the street criminals here in Washington, D.C. were doing business directly with the transnational criminal cartels, the foreign terrorist organizations. So not only was the city being run by these criminal thugs, but they were working with some of the most dangerous terrorist organizations on the planet to traffic weapons and drugs into this city. And what we are uncovering every day is shocking to us, and we look forward to sharing all the results with you. But President Trump, your leadership has uncovered some of the great public safety scandals of our life, and now because of you, people are safe and free for the first time ever in this city.
And so Stephen Miller, you can't help but notice that Stephen Miller, a little bit daring fashion choice. Can I just say this if you're watching
think so?
YouTube? A gray suit. I don't know if the President Trump, I mean, that's a confident.
Stepping out of line there.
Right? Because everybody else, Pam
Well,
Bondi is there.
I think that can classify as blue.
Oh, is it a grayish blue?
I don't know. You see
But it's
it? You see
light.
it?
It's a very light. Well, on my monitor, maybe my monitor's low
Oh,
energy.
darn. Yeah.
But anyway, Stephen Miller. So you notice because J.D. Vance is right behind the president, and he's 6'2" and then Pam Bondi dark suit, Terry dark suit, and you also notice about Stephen Miller, he is about the same height as Pam Bondi. She might have heels on, but I just want to give you the visual. But yeah, it's a gray.
Yeah, I
it's
just
a gray
zoomed
look.
in on the gray look.
Yeah.
It's grayish blue. I think
Right.
it's like one of
Sorry, I
those-
just had to go there.
Yeah.
So I will say this about crime stats. Many of you in law enforcement, you're aware of this. This is not anything new, right? We've heard this. I remember we talked about it way back in the day with Timoney when he was commish and was accused of it here in Philadelphia. We've talked about it before that there are these columns that they say, well, not for nothing, but this person, they died. Was it a homicide? Was it a murder? Well, we're not sure. We'll put them over in this. It's like that character on Saturday Night Live, Pat, like, little ambiguity there. And so it's like the ambiguity line, the column where they just go, we're not too sure. And it's an unsolved death. So we'll just put it over here in this column. And so then it lowers your stats. Again, everything goes back to The Wire. I would like to see a modern day series of The Wire, the show The Wire that I'm watching with my son that we've talked a lot about, that Dan Borowski can't believe I never saw. but it was based on the true story of Baltimore and crime. I would like to see a modern day Wire and then incorporate Trump, like the Trump effect, and have all of those characters reacting like, yo, Jimmy, not for nothing, but Trump like erased the murder. You know what I mean? And do this whole Wire update, the Trump Wire. Do you know? Because
it's true. No, because I'm pulling it up here. I wanted to get it right. But remember about 3 years ago, there was a situation, it broke news, that there was a ton of crime data that was found to have happened in Disney World, that Philadelphia dumped their data down in Disney World. Remember that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this is what Stephen's uncovering. I think it must have been widespread, cities all around the country doing this kind of crap.
When we were, I can say this, it was years ago, we were burglarized. One of the times we had crime, whatever, cars, house. And initially, when the police came to the house, and this is years ago, they listed it. The way they listed it was not a burglary at our home. They didn't want to have the stat. It was listed as something else weird.
Wow.
And so then we said, wait a minute, and so we pushed for and brought it to their attention. And then they said, oh, yeah, well, and it went into a different column. And so I have, as a crime victim, and not that I was personally attacked, thank God, but it shakes you no matter what happens. I remember my car, one of the times it was smashed. Somebody smashed it in, ran my sick dog into the vet in Mount Airy, and they smash your car and they take the stuff inside. And literally waited for law enforcement to arrive. And they said, oh, you want to report? You want me to write this up? And I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
But
it's your job.
The truth is, what are the odds that they're going to return your stuff? But the police are encouraged. First of all, they're shorthanded even then, but they don't want to write it up. And they're not being, I will say, it's not that they're being lazy. I think they're trained that way. Because if they don't write it up, it's not a report. It's not in the statistics. And so that's what we're seeing. It's not just in D.C. It's across the country. It might be worse there. 855-839-1210. Really great to be back with you this morning. We will wrap it up. Dom Giordano is on deck. We got a lot going on today and so much we didn't get to. Be right back.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Okay, suitcases?
Check.
Snacks?
Double check.
Giant stuffed giraffe?
Buckled in.
Tire check?
Already handled it. United Tire took care of everything. Brand new tires, and they even handled the rebates to save us a bunch of money. We are road trip ready.
Okay, hop in, kids.
From road trips to grocery runs, start your journey with safe tires. Don't drive alone, drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com for a location near you.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about a company that doesn't just do business in the area. They are an actual part of the community. Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is family-owned and operated and local for more than 35 years. They treat your home like it's their own. Roofing, siding, windows, and doors, Emmons does it all. And with their Owen Corning Platinum status, you're getting lifetime protection. Don't mess around. Trust Emmons just like I do. Call them today at 855-4-EMMONS or go to callemmons.com and tell them I sent you.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market's going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now during the National Sales Event, lease a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive double cab SR5 for just $259 a month for 36 months. Or buy and get rates as low as 3.75 for 48 months. Or check out the new 2025 Grand Highlander Hybrid and lease for $499 a month for 36 months. Or finance at 5.99% for 60 months. Visit us online at tricountytoyota.com to see more.
Imagine if today was the day your idea changed someone's life. Imagine if you could help someone pay for college, help your community build a new playground, or help a child make it to that dream competition. With GoFundMe, it's all possible. GoFundMe is the world's #1 fundraising platform trusted by over 200 million people. Every week, ordinary people meet their goals and do extraordinary things. Your ideas matter. GoFundMe isn't just for emergencies. Want to raise money for your kid's soccer team or raise funds for a small business, a creative project, or event? GoFundMe helps you turn ideas into reality. And help adds up. Fundraisers you start for someone else raise up to 5 times more. So think right now, who could use your help? Change rarely comes from waiting. It comes from someone deciding, today I'll start. Don't wait for someone else to bring change. Today, start your fundraiser in just minutes at GoFundMe.com/news. That's GoFundMe.com/news to start your fundraiser. GoFundMe.com/NEWS. This is a commercial message brought to you by GoFundMe.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Hey, it's great to be back with you. We'll continue the conversation live and local. The Dom Giordano Show is up next as President Trump speaks out from the Oval. More executive orders being signed. That's it for me. Have a great one.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Most people have no idea there's an invisible gap in their home's protection. This invisible threat is house stealing. Con artists pick a house, they transfer the deed of this house into their name by obtaining the forms, using the fake IDs, and filing the paperwork with proper authorities. Now they own the home. Protect your home from this invisible gap. Check on your home's title right now at HomeTitleLock.com. Be sure to use promo code RADIO and they will send you a complete title scan of your home's title. And your first 30 days of triple lock title protection is free. HomeTitleLock.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Are you guys surprised in all this talk about federalizing everything, all the unsafe cities, that Philadelphia is not mentioned?
It's always New York or D.C. or Chicago. D.C. is 61 square feet, and they have approximately 3,500 cops. We are approximately 140 square feet and barely have more than that.
We're so far down with the vacancy rate,
Yep.
which was inherited by this current mayor. You hear others talk about it, but there's not the defiance by this mayor that you see from the other cities.
Yeah. Are we chalking up silence as a win? As silence as progress?
Well, I don't know.
I guess it can't get worse.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. Coming to you from the Jersey Shore, from my second home, the Wildwood Convention Center. They're very, very hospitable. Great down here. The remnants of Hurricane Erin seem to be in the poor people that came down last week, but things seem to be back to normal as far as I can tell. A little bit cooler than it has been, but today's a beautiful beach day. All right, got a lot of stuff to talk about. A lot of people coming on today, including Judge Dugan. Philadelphia Inquirer thinks it's unseemly that Judge Dugan, at least they give me credit, they call me conservative host, Dom Giordano, which is accurate. Have they ever identified anyone as a liberal, progressive host? Once do they do that? No, it's only one way. And it would be good to put the call letters, like we're not out there in the ether, because Judge Dugan came on my show. He's coming on today at 12:30, and it says, in one of his first appearances after announcing his Republican candidacy, Dugan told conservative radio host Dom Giordano he wanted to physically fight Krasner, a striking talking point for a candidate trying to persuade voters he has a better plan to reduce violence in the city. Quote, it was pretty close to coming to the point of let's go behind the dumpster, recounting his reaction to one of Krasner's lines of attack. Hey, Philadelphia Inquirer, how about telling us the lines of attack? Dugan said, I would love to have a charity boxing match. The line of attack was this creep, insufferable Larry Krasner brought his wife into it, Philadelphia Inquirer. And I know you don't have standards when a wife is brought into it, what happens. You don't understand Philadelphia. You're not really Philadelphia. So the judge will be here today because some of the unions now say they cannot back him. The electrical workers are. So you're starting to see on what basis, if Larry Krasner was anathema to Ryan Boyer, who I hope to get on the show tomorrow, if he was anathema to him, then why all of a sudden are they willing to fund Larry Krasner? They talked about the damage he was doing to the city. Why fund him? Do they really think Judge Dugan is going to be some Donald Trump Republican? Come on, Ryan. Come on the show. We'll talk about it. All right. Speaking of all that, we do have some great people. Our guy Mike at Wake Up New Jersey's got several big things to talk about today. He'll be here, Judge Dugan, at 12:15. We're going to talk with, of course, Scott Presler, who is always here on Monday with some breaking developments, some update, and Frank Ferry, the state senator from the suburbs who's under fire with SEPTA again. Now, some smart people are bringing in the best lawyer that you can get. You know how I feel about the guy, George Paquetto, to sue SEPTA, saying all these cuts they're doing when they have all that money that's unspent is disproportionately causing pain to lower income people. So why do that? Why not in a progressive city like Philadelphia? Why not have SEPTA cuts toward the wealthy areas and let the people who use SEPTA actually get to work rather than causing more problems? All right, big story, though, today, I think, is President Trump, by executive order from the White House, is trying to block cashless bail. Cashless bail is essentially the idea that you don't have to post anything in order to get out of jail. So we see people that commit some of the most horrific crimes in places like New York, Philadelphia, get out of jail because they don't have to post bail. New York has been particularly bad with this. Now, can Trump do this? Or is this a state matter or a city matter? Well, they might block him, but then he's threatening, okay, you don't want to do something that's really going to stop crime, then what I'm going to do is I am not going to fund you. I'm going to cut off funding again. That's the secret formula. Now, I don't think New York, under Bragg, they'll fight to the death over cashless bail. They just want to let people out of jail who allegedly have committed horrific crimes. So I'm looking at a sheet from the White House in which they talk about some of these horrific crimes, a whole laundry list of them, particularly New York City. And while we're on it, Henry, I'll call in your expertise. I think I sent it to you. You probably saw it, Henry. Did you see the new commie chest press where you have a guy lift a weight for you and then you jump up and say you lifted it?
Oh, yeah, that was bad.
Madame, yeah, I mean, it's one thing to give you an assist, like, say you're doing 10 reps and you've done 9 and you're really shaking, just shaking, getting to it. And for the 10th, you get it up halfway and they help assist and at the end pull it up. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, nice spot.
Yeah, that's a spot. What would you call what this guy's doing? I'd call it lifting the weight.
Yeah, that I wouldn't count that as a rep. No, even Kevin Durant got one up. That's not a rep.
Oh, was it that bad? Was it 225 you have to bench press?
I think so, yeah, and KD got one. I mean, this is only, 135?
Yes, 135, and I doubt that. I'm looking at those weights. I don't even know if I add up.
Fake 45s.
Yeah, 135. Now, I think average male, I'm sure you could do 135. I know I've done 135. Yes. The 225, even one rep, seems to be standard for the NFL particularly. They count the number of reps you're doing. This guy Mondani's not a big guy, but my God, this was pathetic. And even more pathetic, we know he's a socialist communist. Don't they know what we're going to say when another guy lifts the weight up for him? My goodness.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing to come to an event. You got to know if the guy can lift the weight or not, I guess. You're asking for ridicule if you have to have the other guy pull the weight up and start it off as it comes off. That's the hard part, too. Well, getting calibrated with that's a little bit of a jolt when it comes. Okay, but I don't even know if he lifted one. Not that weightlifting is the criteria to be mayor of New York, but who comes up with stuff like this? Is this going to be the new thing that we engage in? And I did try Jeff Van Drew's idea on pull-ups, and it worked somewhat, Henry, but it's still too high, and I felt as if I were swinging in the air and afraid to come down because I have to kind of pull forward a little bit.
Yeah, you're up on the monkey bars.
Yeah, in order to do it, yeah. So I just have to get a lower pull-up bar. Still do the pull-up, but it can't be like 8 feet in the air. It's a little bit tricky. Mondami, nice try, buddy.
Yeah.
Go on my Twitter, you'll see it.
He's just got to know better that if you go to somewhere where they're lifting weights, they're going to ask you to do it, and you better be able to.
Yeah, what kind of an event is it where they have a bench press set up outside? I don't know. Yeah.
He goes to them, like RFK's going to them. I don't know.
Oh, right.
They're somewhere.
Right. Yeah. Okay, now, this cashless bail thing and Trump cracking down on crime. It's 10 days now without a homicide in New York and Washington, which is incredible to see that, okay? That's a good record, and of course, Trump touting it. So the guy that wants to be president, another guy, Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland, has invited Trump to the bridge ribbon cutting. Then he wants him to walk the streets of Baltimore with him. Now, over the years, you know how much we've talked about The Wire, and the premise of The Wire is how out of control crime is, how they cook the books, how none of it's accurate. It's Baltimore. Here's Wes Moore, though, with Scarborough, I believe, and they're talking about the fact, how in the world are you doing okay in Baltimore? 300,000 people have left the city of Baltimore. Here's how it sounded.
Scott, I mean, what do you see here?
You know what? Hold on. I have my cuts mislabeled. Give me a second. I'll have that in a second.
All right. So the phone lines are 855-839-1210. Wes Moore, budding presidential candidate, coming in here wanting to tout or push back on Trump about crime and how he doesn't know how to fight crime. And as a result, we have this situation with Scarborough where they're talking about Baltimore, once, I believe, around 900,000 people. Now, in pretty recent memory, down to 600,000. Here we go.
I'm sorry. I don't have this in front of me.
Okay. All right. 855-839-1210. Let me give you the side question. With all that's happening, we haven't done this one ever. And again, we only have 2 days this week, and then I'll be off the rest of the week. So 2 names go into the hat for a great prize. We asking the question today, if this event happened now, it would incredibly burn up the internet and social media. With social media so much in play, with, of course, Newsom, Trump, back and forth, it would burn it up. And I give you the couple that I took were huge events, but also conspiracy lingers around them. So one was the moon landing, and the other is the JFK assassination. If they happen today, given social media, you can just imagine how much stuff we would have. We still have it on both of them, particularly JFK. Henry, do you have one?
Yeah, how about what if Babe Ruth had called his shot in today's day and age?
Yeah.
Getting up to the plate, pointing out to the outfield, saying that's where the ball's going real quick, and then hitting it. Oh, man.
Absolutely.
That would go absolutely crazy.
One. All right, who else is in producing today?
Just me right now.
Okay. 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210. Your calls are next on Talk Radio 1210.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-334-1155. 800-334-1155. Again, that's 800-334-1155.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
You deserve the best, and the best pick-me-up is a tasty cake treat. Whether you need a quick snack for the kids or a tasty little moment for yourself, we've got something for everyone. Tackle your errands after enjoying delicious crimpets with smooth icing and a perfect cake. And mouth-watering peanut butter candy cakes are just the right size for getting things done on the go. Find all your family's favorites in stores now. Nobody does it better than Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Hey, it is Dom time. Welcome in, and I'm in the Garden State, and one of our favorites. What a discovery this summer. Michael, we don't give the last name. He's protecting sort of his identity. You heard him from Mulligan's, etc. Mike of Wake Up NJ, Wake Up New Jersey. It's got several things that got my attention. Get in on the side question early, though. At the end, we get a logjam there. I can't always get to everybody. I feel bad about that. Something that if happened now would burn up the internet. I took off two of the big ones that I could think of, the moon landing and Kennedy assassination, not just because they're big, the conspiracy part of it, and Henry, Babe Ruth calling his shot. Picture that on social media today. All right, let's go to the purveyor on Twitter of Wake Up NJ. Michael, back with us on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Michael, afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Dom. How we doing?
Very well, Michael, and you certainly are prosperous. Wanted to start off with the biggest, in a lot of ways, post-COVID. You know how people are, particularly maybe in Jersey, around the whole vaccine issue. And I didn't see the story anywhere else, at least at length, as you put up at Wake Up New Jersey, that we have a consortium of mostly these blue states, and I guess with Josh Shapiro at the helm, it's seen as blue from the governor, wanting to come together to come up with their own vaccine as a regional group, vaccine regulations. I mean, each state does that, Michael. What are they trying to do? Why come together as a regional group?
Well, I'm going to guess that they don't like what the fact the federal government's doing. tried to tackle vaccines and what they're doing to our children. So I think they are hell bent on trying to push as many vaccines as possible on our children and on us.
So this is, I don't have them all in front of me. It's Jersey, Pennsylvania, Massachusetts. It's a good number of them that are engaged in this. And again, they can do it in their own state, but they're making some kind of statement pushing back against Kennedy, I guess, by saying we're a regional power. It's like we're a semi-U.S. government thing here. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, well, as far as the states are, it's Massachusetts, Maine, Vermont, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. And they met actually last week to consider coordinating their own vaccine recommendations. And to me, it's just ridiculous, honestly. I mean, post-COVID, there's so many people that were very much against it. And then if you never got it, you were fired. You were, outcast. Right. It was completely insane.
Yeah, absolutely. Michael, just one little note. George Paquetto on hold, Henry. I'll come to him in a moment here. He's got something big breaking here, Michael, in town. So, George, just hang right there. We'll get to you. Michael, something else, and this has happened. I saw an article today. You're on top of something. I want to encourage you because you really drilled down to the real innards. I don't know, you don't have a staff. You just are a one-man band. But we see over in Bucks County, they're saying, let's build denser housing. Jersey, I want this issue to make it into the governor's race. You were ahead of the curve. The denser we make this housing, more ills come into play, including we are taking away the ability of people to have farms. Family farms are under fire.
Well, there's a family farm in Cranberry, New Jersey that is trying to be taken by eminent domain. Here in the Garden State, we have a mandate of affordable housing per township. It's completely ridiculous. And, if you want to build them yourself, that's on you. But no township ever be mandated. And it's all these townhomes stacked on each other. It looks awful. There's no single-family homes being built anymore. And it's going to affect your census. It's going to affect your property taxes. So many things are going to be, effective just by these decisions. So you just got to pay attention. Definitely speak out at your town meetings.
Yeah, and contact you at Wake Up, NJ, Wake Up New Jersey, with more information that you can run down and populate out there. What's the latest on the governor's race? How do you see what's going on now since we last spoke?
Well, as of right now, I see Jack very, very active online. Mickey Sherrill is as well. They have her up in the polls at the moment. The issue I have is that she's running on feelings, not facts. And she's running on Trump derangement system syndrome. And it's really kind of scary how many people are gravitating to just that issue. They don't care about high taxes. They don't care their electric bills are that high. They just care that, Jack, is endorsed by Trump, and that's it. And it's really, really sad. It's been 10 years. These Democrats are running affordability, and you have to make noise that this state has the worst property taxes, the worst income tax, worst corporate tax rate in the country. 54.3% of your lifetime earnings are the taxes here. And enough's enough. These people need to be voted out. So the more noise you make, the better it's going to be. So I see Jack having a good advantage if enough people come out. You just have to make sure the information gets out there to the independents, and we'll steamroll this vote.
Absolutely. Where do we find you, Michael?
You find me on TikTok, X, Instagram, Facebook at Wake Up NJ and Wake Up New Jersey. And just DM me if you have any information, or we can talk about anything. And want to make sure we flip New Jersey red and fix the state.
Michael, thank you very much. Keep us in the loop. We always want to hear from you. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Don, for having me on.
All right, Michael at Wake Up NJ. George Paquetto, I saw there. Henry, is he calling back? What's going on?
Yeah, I scheduled him for later in the show, if that's all right with you.
Oh, yeah, sure. What time?
1 is okay?
Yeah, 1 o'clock's perfect.
All right.
George Paquetto will be with us at 1 o'clock because he is potentially meeting with a group of people like Lance Haver, who's the former consumer advocate. I am just sitting down here with popcorn here at the Jersey Shore. But Paquetto, you know what that means, getting into the ring. To sue SEPTA, who are fraudulent on this, they have the money. They don't want to use the money they have. They want to continue this nonsense. To not make these cuts because they're disproportionately affecting low-income people who essentially must use SEPTA. That's the turn of events that's happening here. So I think there was a call with Joe Pittman, with people like Senator Farry, and Lance Haber, who's a liberal, So what? They all see the same thing here, that SEPTA is way off the mark, and it's being used to cause pain. They're starting the eruptions now about the Eagles game. Told you, Malcolm Kenyatta, he hasn't called Henry yet here. We'd get him on. Is that guy a football fan? Talking about 6 hours, you know. The Inquirer talking about how much the Phillies game was affected because of some of these things that started to play out. I think a lot more people, maybe more people drove. They had a couple stories of people tailgating. I'm sure it's going to have some degree of impact. Kids back to school today until they lower the boom and do the big thing. Are Republicans going to cave in to SEPTA? I don't think so this time. All they're asking for are reasonable oversights. How are they going to cut down on $50 million a year plus a fare evasion? How are they going to get the special prosecutor to prosecute? All right, so George will be here at 1 o'clock. It's fascinating. Look, they know the right guy to tag in. If you're going to get after something like this, you know Paquetta. Might take a while, or maybe not. Just the name on the other side. Oh, man, it's Paquetta. All right? Let's go to Joe in Columbus. Joe on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Tom. That bench pressing thing, do we forget? It wasn't that long ago, Terrell Owens outside of his estate bench pressing for the press when he was a holdout for the Eagles?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, why does it always come down to weightlifting or going behind a barn and beating somebody up, or it comes down to the muscle. There's an attraction to little quiet self-confidence here,
Oh, Joe, you're making a statement of your own here, huh? What's wrong with a little bench press? Come on, Joe. Well, here's the thing, Joe. All right, if he couldn't lift it, he couldn't lift it. Saying he lifted it by the guy pulling it up and then gently letting it come down, Joe, that's the part that's wrong.
Well, Tom, I've been saying watching the spotter had to relieve at least 60 pounds from that 135.
Yes, yeah.
But I'm wondering if he went through like a little practice routine just to see if he wasn't going to be in trouble before the cameras turned on.
Maybe. It is unusual that you show up and you have to do a bench press outdoors.
Right. And I was always told, to coin a phrase, the wise man hides the power. Keep it to yourself, unless this guy looks like a drip of water in a business suit.
I think he does. But, Joe, what's your side? What is it that would blow up the Internet if it happened now?
Well, in this day of election engineering, I go back to the Dewey-Truman campaign where the Chicago Tribune declared him the winner.
Right.
And it was not the case, especially in Chicago, for God's sakes.
Yeah, so we're thinking it's not only a big event, but it's the conspiracy part that would drive the Internet. That's what it is.
Everybody went to bed that night thinking we had one president, woke up the next day knowing we had a whole nother one.
Well, if you remember election night in 2020, Rich and I were on the air, and we sort of went off at 2, I guess it was. And I think Trump was ahead, or it was close, in Pennsylvania, and he ended up losing. Now, I didn't see the conspiracy in that as much as it was mail-in balloting. But, boy, people jumped on that.
Right. But the ballots that night just kept on coming and coming in just the right areas. But that's for another day.
Gotcha. Thank you, Joe. That's a good one. All right, 855-839-1210. We will get you on board coming up. We're going to speak with Judge Dugan because Judge Dugan is in the Inquirer again. They're saying Democrats have said no mas, at least unions. Well, I'm looking at a statement from the Electrical Workers Union. They say they heartily stand still with Judge Dugan. Do you really think a guy who's a moderate Democrat suddenly is going to be Trumpian? That's what Larry Krasner would have people believe. This is the way to victory. Are these people in Northeast Philadelphia, I can't vote for that. I'd rather be shot. Are you taking a look at what's going on in Washington? Are you taking a look at the reform that's happening? And Judge Dugan is the perfect blend of that moderate Democrat and yet somebody who would be reasonable up and down the line on enforcing the law on criminals. Does Philadelphia not want that anymore? They'd rather have what we have? Okay. The fact that the judge also, I'll ask him about it. We brought up, Krasner brought up his wife. The Inquirer doesn't tell readers that. They just say that Judge Dugan had a difference of opinion with Krasner and wanted to fight him. Come on. I mean, they are so transparently bad day after day. All right, 855-839-1210. Get in early, too, on the side question today. We'll get a winner. Tomorrow we'll have a winner, and that'll be the winner for the week. I'll be off after tomorrow. And, again, here's an opportunity to score today. 855-839-1210.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
The most important phone call you'll make in retirement is 800-722-9728. It's your retirement lifeline. Call 800-722-9728 to begin your crash-proof retirement. No fees, no market risk, and principal protection. And every penny you earn is yours to keep. That's 800-722-9728 to learn more about the exclusive crash-proof retirement system, which has withstood nearly 2 decades of market volatility and has never lost a penny of our over 6,000 clients' nest eggs. It's the way retirement should be: safe, secure, and crash-proof. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on September 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Whether you're hitting the beach or cruising through the city this summer, why not do it in style? The Honda Summer of Performance event is going on right now at my favorite Honda dealers, Piazza Honda. And now's the time to get behind the wheel of a new Honda Civic, Accord, or CRV with unbeatable leases and low finance rates. But hurry, these summer savings won't last. Drive to Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Do it today. Shop online, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Commuters are trying to adjust to the SEPTA service cuts that have started going into effect. Firefighters got a 5-alarm fire under control at an auto body warehouse in Tacony this morning. And it's the first day of school in Philly. The teachers union and the school district have reached a tentative deal that would avoid a strike next week.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Weather sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
A pleasant air mass builds into the Delaware Valley today and sticks around through the rest of the work week. We'll see sunshine and clouds. It'll be warm but lower in humidity, high 86. For tonight, comfortable, mostly clear with a low 62. And for Tuesday, once again, a mixture of sunshine and clouds, low humidity with a high near 80.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. Has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, welcome in, everyone. It is downtime from the Jersey Shore. Judge Patrick Dugan is, as you know, in the race, making a lot of noise. And the Philadelphia Inquirer does not like that. And I think I gave you some of the things they report that are not the full story. Let's go to Judge Patrick Dugan here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Judge, welcome back, and thanks for intensifying. You're putting people to work over at the Inquirer.
Hey, Dom, thanks for having me. Yeah, it's quite interesting the way things sometimes, the spin that's put on what has occurred. But, hey, I'm up for this fight. I'm up to help Philadelphia get rid of the insane policies from Larry Krasner.
So it's fair, I guess. I saw the electrical union, right, is still in your camp. Some of these others, Ryan Boyer, who's very friendly with me, I'm a little bit surprised at, because it wasn't just that they supported you. They called out, I believe, what a threat Krasner was when they did that big endorsement and everything with you, right? It wasn't just we like Patrick Dugan, but Krasner, this is the guy that should be DA, and Krasner cannot be DA because of what he's done.
Yeah, some of the people that are now coming out have told me personally and publicly what a cancer Larry Krasner is, that the city businesses can't afford it, neighborhoods can't afford it, the victims of Philadelphia can't afford to have Larry Krasner continue to be the district attorney. I am still the same person that many folks endorsed during the primary. And after I win this, I'm still going to be the same person. So it's not me flip-flopping. So, and I can tell you that my phone rang off the wall this weekend from other union heads saying they are staying with me. I understand the laborers are not, but I believe there are many in the building trades who will be coming out publicly for me to continue to assist, our quest to get rid of this cancer.
Yeah, I don't doubt that, because, again, it was about you. They know you, really like you, your record, etc., and the type of person you are. So I'm reading this the last day or two, and I'm seeing when you're on with me, they leave out the detail. We were talking about Krasner unacceptably bringing your wife into that one debate. It wasn't just he said, I would do this, and you said I would do this, and then you wanted to fight him. That's crazy. You didn't do anything like that. When somebody brings up your wife, everybody in Philadelphia knows. Those are the types of things that really rile up any husband, any man that I know. Otherwise, I don't think they should be mayor if they're not riled up.
So the first time he did it, we were in West Philly. It was basically a bunch of Larry's people in the audience. And he started to go into the stuff about my wife. She's a police officer, retired police officer. I'm very proud of. But I actually told him, I used the Will Smith line, don't put my wife's name in your mouth. And I told him that night, because I don't bring up his very liberal-leaning wife who was a judge. I don't bring up any of those things. I don't want to. But then he did it again the same night that he was basically saying I was a racist, I was a Nazi, anybody that supports me is like that. So what I said to him that night was, if we were in a different setting, meaning we weren't up on stage and I wasn't running for something, this might have a different outcome. And I mean that. I'm Pat Dugan. I played wire ball as a kid. Underneath the L, I ran around the city of Philadelphia, being a typical Philadelphia kid. So you have these scrapes. I mean, I'm older now. I don't want to be doing any of that. But you're also not going to cross that line and call me these names and start talking about my wife without me saying, yo, you need to chill out, buddy. I'm still Pat Dugan from the city, and I'm a paratrooper, so chill out. So
yeah, and
the Inquirer doesn't know how to – he doesn't know how to put all that in there.
This guy's the dressage guy from Conestoga High School. So, yeah, it is. And again, I would challenge them to take a look at that again, Judge. And I didn't even know the second part that you just said. And it's a fair question. That's not calling for more violence in Philadelphia or anything. And the violence isn't two guys maybe getting into it a little bit. It's people cowardly driving by and firing guns at each other, or running up and firing on people on SEPTA or something like that. That's the type of violence we're talking about.
Yes, and every time we hear these shootings, I mean, we had 3 yesterday, it happens all the time. And if somebody gets arrested, if we look at their record, there's a chance, a very good chance, that most of the people who will get arrested in the future already have committed crimes such as these, yet Krasner has not successfully prosecuted, or he has withdrawn cases because that's what he does. So people are continuing to reoffend, and committing violence to our citizens against each other every single day. Larry gets a chance to give justice, and he just avoids it. He doesn't want to. He wants to let everybody go.
Exactly. Where do we find all things Judge Dugan? And again, I think you have something coming up at Wildwood soon.
Yeah, so we have a website, JudgeDuganForDA.com, and that's you spell out the word for, so Judge Dugan, FORDA.com. And yes, obviously, races need money, so I need support. I need to make sure everybody's pushing everybody to come out to vote. Stop this 18 and 20% turnout. But yes, down in Wildwood, North Wildwood at Keenan's, right there on New Jersey, at, like First Street. This coming Saturday, Labor Day Saturday, from 4 to 7, we're having a fundraiser there. And then at Constadter's on September 10th. That's a Wednesday. That's from 6 to 8. So Constadter, September 10th, 6 to 8. And then at Keenan's, if you're down the shore, most of Philly goes down the shore, stop in at Keenan's, show your support, 4 to 7 on Saturday. And
where else but
we
Keenan's?
Can do this.
Yeah, where else but Keenan's for Patrick Dugan? Of course, right there in the entertainment district. Sure. Well, Judge.
Yeah.
Thank you, and thanks for taking on this challenge to be continued. This is only not even round one. We're just getting ready. We're sparring here.
So listen, hopefully we got Red October coming up. We got the Birds getting ready to start. Hopefully we can have that. We can win that the third Super Bowl. But let's go 2 in a row, and let's kick Krasner out from him having 3 in a row.
Exactly right. Thank you, Judge, very much.
Thanks, Tom. Have a good day. It's beautiful out here.
Judge Patrick Dugan on Talk Radio 1210. All right, so the Inquirer leaves out. They bring up the guy's wife. He's calling him a Nazi and everything else. They make it that this is just a violent guy. And poor Larry Krasner, come on, he's the one that wants to stop violence in Philadelphia. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210. All right, we started off talking about the president executive order, cashless bail, which is big. Here's Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland, and the top 5 or 6 Democrat candidates to get the nomination next time around, talking about how Trump does not get the idea of coordinating with others to fight crime. One of the best I've seen over the weekend was a woman talking about the train station, the homeless there, the random attacks, and saying all these other people came up with all these programs for 20 years and nothing happened. Trump steps in, and within 10 days, no murders, no problems at Union Station. Here's Wes Moore talking about Baltimore, and Scarborough even says, well, 300,000 people left Baltimore. All right, so Baltimore has had this 300,000 people, and Scarborough comes up with, well, why are they leaving? Why did they drop 300,000? Yes, they lost 300,000 people. He says neglect. No, it's because of crime. It's because of corruption, and it's because of Democrats, progressives, running Baltimore into the ground. The Wire is almost a documentary. As much as it's dramatized, anything that happened in The Wire happened in real life. They just put it all into one series. That's absolutely what's happened to Baltimore. All right, phone lines. 855-839-1210. We're coming to you. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. Just push pound 1210. Bill Maher put a point on it, the genius of Trump versus what the Democrats do on his weekend show. We'll play you that. We'll take your calls. Something that would burn up the internet, break the internet, social media, if it happened now. Everybody's got one. Get into the game with that. George Paquetto at 1. He might be involved in suing SEPTA in the middle of all this. You're with Dom on Talk Radio 1210.
Walter Sterling.
PowerPoint should be no more than 8 slides and 8 words per slide. That's it. And if they interrupt you around slide 3 or 4 and they want you to stop and they have a lot of questions, congratulations. You've won. You did it.
Sterling. Every damn night. Sunday through Friday nights at 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
This Labor Day weekend, we're celebrating Bob's Discount Furniture's 200th store milestone with the entire Bob's family across the country. For more than 30 years, we've believed everyone deserves the home they love. That's why we brought our everyday low prices on furniture, mattresses, and more to over 200 locations from coast to coast and counting. Not to mention free treats for the whole family in our cafes. Celebrate Bob's Discount Furniture's 200 store milestone this Labor Day weekend.
Oh, my Bob! Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT.
All right, who let those dogs out? Tom Giordano Show. Welcome in, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. You just push pound 1210. So Bill Maher over the weekend, by the way, he had a great host on. Henry's up to try to get him, this podcaster. He's at Stanford, talking about all kinds of practical things that involve your sleep, your energy, simple things, some of it. And he's a big, he seemed to be a relative RFK Jr. guy. So there was that, but it was quite an exchange with Bill Maher. I've been Googling him. He's written any number of fascinating things about, what to do if you wake up, how to go back to sleep within 5 minutes stuff. We'll have to see. I haven't tested those out yet, but we're working on it. Okay, you heard Judge Dugan. It continues. And again, the Inquirer identifies me as conservative host Tom Giordano. True. I just want to know. They have all these journalistic standards over at the Inquirer. Guys, maybe I have to send it to the editors. Give us the times that you identify anybody as a liberal progressive host or something like that. Why is it always the conservative? Because it's a mark to them of dishonor. Sometimes a MAGA host. Now, Will Bunch, their big opinion writer over the weekend, says it's true, yes, Trump is the one guy delivering on his message. He promised fascism, and he's giving them fascism. Again with the fascism. Always with the fascism. Here's Bill Maher, though, getting more to the secret of Trump versus the Democrats. It's the thing that Trump seizes on, promises, and delivers. Here's Bill Maher.
And finally, new rule. I told you so. I've been telling Democrats for years the Republicans are going to steal pot from you as an issue, and now Trump says...
We're looking at reclassification, and we'll make a determination.
What'd you expect? He is the master at winning votes from small groups who are passionate about one issue, picking up a couple percent here, a couple there, until on election night it's YMCA. While Democrats offer up high-minded intangibles like equity and saving the soul of America, Trump says, hey, waitress, how'd you like to pay no tax on those tips? Remember that? And everybody was like, why didn't we think of that? Las Vegas is a town where everybody gets tips, so maybe that's why Trump was the first Republican to win Nevada in 20 years. You know by how much? 50.59%. Because napalm in the morning smells like victory. He did it with the tips. He got the TikTok vote. He got the people for whom toilets are very important vote. He got the enough of taking our shoes off at the airport vote, the crypto bro vote, the tech bro vote, the bro vote. He got rappers and kale eaters. Oh yeah, Bobby Kennedy will never be president, but his Make America Healthy Again people, oh, that's another, 4% he picked off, and they're ride or die. Choosy yoga moms choose natural sugar and soda, not corn syrup, and they want vaccines to be their choice, and they think your breakfast cereal shouldn't glow in the dark. It might sound like snake oil to you, but remember, Bobby Kennedy actually cooks with snake oil.
All right, so there is the secret blend of Trump. Practical stuff, thinks that people wanted the Democrats either don't want them to have, mock them, and come up with some DEI, some highfalutin type of thing. That's Bill Maher's point. And Trump has been the master of this. Deliver on these things, show tangible results. Look at what's happening in Washington. That is a prime example of where we are. So, of course, today in the Oval Office, it's going to tout no murders in 10 days. I would too. It's legit. Cashless bail, identifying that. There's going to be a big fight over this. And when people hear the people that have been let out in a place like New York, which has cashless bail, they revolt. They know they're not safe. They know that's crazy. All right? So even if he doesn't get rid of cashless bail, he puts it on the defensive as it should be, like no one else has done. And this woman over the weekend, several that I saw in Washington, talking about the train station, it wasn't just inside, it was all around it, the homeless, the battles, the stuff that's gone on. And people are even a bit unclear where the homeless have gone at this part, because the rule is you will be put into a shelter, or you will move on, or you'll be arrested. That's all part of it. Beautifying Washington. Who doesn't want the most beautiful capital in the world? We're seeing that all play out. These are very practical, can-be-done things. They take will, they take guts, they take imagination. Not all of them are practical or reasonable, but the lion's share are. And the magic is continuing. All right, we're going to talk with George Paquetto next. Big-time attorney. We'll get an update because now we have a group wanting to say, oh, yeah, you have Columbus Day. What about Indigenous Peoples Day on the same day? But George is involved with a group of people who are ready to sue SEPTA. One of them is a liberal progressive, Lance Haver, who says this is not right. It is affecting the very neighborhoods that should have to use SEPTA. You want this guy on your side. I mean, you want him to... he also won recently against the real mob in Philadelphia, the bicyclist mob, who want to shut down those people that live in Center City, even for a moment, to be in their precious bike lanes. If they're dropping something off at their house, he beat them. So these are all the elements that are out there. Paquetto is in the center of the universe. Scott Prezer will be with us a little bit later. Got a great prize, just 2 days. Get your name into the hat. Today we're looking for something that would break the internet if it happened now. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is push pound 1210. Also coming up, Delaware County, progressive takeover. Now they want this Human Relations Commission to be formed that would be unelected with great power to basically tyrannize citizens. And what's the issue they would tyrannize the most, the human relations there? Gender identity. Gender identity meaning, I identify as this, you're bigoted against me, I'll get the Human Relations Commission. All that in a big 1 o'clock hour with Dom on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You know what we should do? Let me give another idea for programming and promotions and sales. We'll call the event Dunking on the DA. It's for city-only residents that have had it in the city of Philadelphia with Larry Krasner. It'll be a night out hosted by the two greatest Krasner haters, Dom Giordano and Tony Bruno. They'll talk about Larry Krasner and they'll debate sauce versus gravy. It'll be an unbelievable night.
I love it. Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to protecting your home, trust matters. Trust is everything. That's why I use and only recommend Emmons Roofing and Siding. They've been doing it right for over 35 years. Emmons is family-owned, local, and reliable. So whether you need roofing, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons has you covered. And as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, they offer lifetime warranties on the roof. So call 855-4-EMMONS or visit callemmons.com today. Peace of mind is just a call away. Tell them I sent you.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
All right, Roger Stone famously said, they used to say, "Get me Roger Stone. Strike fear in the other side." Well, I would say on the Dom Giordano show, get me George Paquetto. Oh, man. I once differed with him on something. It's got to be 20 years ago. And I could feel the sweat pouring off as we talked about that. But George Paquetto is now involved, maybe, we'll see, in the SEPTA situation. George joins us on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, George, what strange times we live in. George Paquetto, Joe Pittman on a call, and Lance Haver, who I'm friendly with, but is, to the pretty far left.
Well, sometimes the pretty far left needs the pretty far right.
Yeah.
And
yes.
I think this is one of those times, and hopefully we can work together to really benefit the citizenry and the working man in Philadelphia. I mean, it's a disgrace what SEPTA is doing. And I know Lance has been extremely active and follows the SEPTA proceedings very, very carefully, and he's extremely knowledgeable about it. And we got together and we decided that, SEPTA's trying to pull a fast one on the public with their political posturing with the folks in Harrisburg. So the problem is, they can posture all they want, but don't punish the citizens of Philadelphia in the process. There's absolutely no reason for the rollbacks that they're beginning to implement. They have $390 million in a reserve account. The rollbacks are only saving them $5 million. And they can sustain services for a long, long, long time while they work out things in Harrisburg. But they're punishing everybody in Philadelphia. How are people supposed to get to work? How are students going to get to class? How are elderly people, particularly in the poor communities, going to get to their medical treatment? I mean, it's outrageous what they're doing. And
George,
I won't stand for it, and I don't think Lance will stand for it.
It's disproportionate, you say, too, that the very people, kind of obviously, that you just mentioned, lower income, they're more likely to have to use SEPTA. And, George, I think after Labor Day, the fares go up, a lot of the fares, by 21.5%.
That too is an outrage. I'm not going to address that immediately.
Right.
My most immediate concern are the rollback in services, and the poor communities are the ones that are paying the heaviest price on this thing, and it's disgusting to see it.
Well, look, I commend Lance because it seems to me a lot of people that are pushing and egging this pain on that SEPTA is creating are on the liberal, on the Democratic side or progressive side, and Lance is showing that he's really doing what he's done all these years with the consumer groups, and he knows who to come to, who's going to get action in a pretty quick period of time, George. What about the posturing over, oh, man, wait to that Eagles game. We're really going to get him then. You'll need a 6-hour wait for Uber to get home.
You know, it's just ridiculous, and it's so unnecessary. We are going to present this to a judge. There are many judges in the Common Pleas Court, and Dom, you've seen it over the last couple of years. There's many strong judges in the Common Pleas Court who are not afraid to hold a governmental agency accountable. And I have every confidence that when we go into court, and I hope to be there in a day or two, but when we go into court and present our emergency petition, that we're going to get a strong judge, and that judge is going to hold SEPTA accountable, because what they're doing, frankly, crying poor and going through all this posturing, it's really a fraud on the public. And it's unacceptable, and it's an outrage, and I'm going to do whatever I can do to address it.
And, George, you've won against another very strong group that was making unreasonable demands, the whole bicycle lane thing. I get my hair cut down near there in the Hopkinson house, and I just see what it's like for people on Pine and Spruce and Center City just to drop something off, open up the trunk, do something for a couple of minutes, and how many spaces are taken up by all these contortions that are put into play. So what happened in that case?
Well, but, you know, Dom, the biggest threat we were able to forestall, and that is the installation of concrete barriers.
Right.
How are handicapped people who live in the middle of the block supposed to get to their homes with a concrete barrier there? They can't walk a half a block. They're handicapped. They're elderly. They're sickly. To suggest that you're going to cut that off to favor bicyclists is really so insensitive and so ill thought out. We were able to stop it. And, you know, we ran into a lot of opposition. The city fought us tooth and nail. But, again, we had a judge, and I don't mind saying her name, Judge Street Thomas, who really stood up and got it right and held the city to the letter of the law. And that's what we hope to do in the SEPTA situation, too. We don't know which judge we'll get, but there's a lot of good ones in that courthouse, and I'm confident we're going to meet with success.
Okay, George, one other thing. Indigenous Peoples Day, again, the big win, bringing back Columbus Day. I see after we had you on, there are people now still agitating to say Indigenous people ought to be on the same day.
You know, there's 363 other days out there.
Yeah.
What's with the same day? I mean, we've said from day one, the Italian-American community, we welcome Indigenous Peoples Day. We salute them. We would be proud to attend their ceremonies. But why does it have to be on the same day?
Yeah, absolutely right.
That doesn't make any sense. I don't know, you know.
All right, George,
I'm not,
continued.
you know, a party planner, but it seems like there's a lot of other times available.
Absolutely. George, thanks for coming on. Good luck with SEPTA. Just keep us in the loop.
Thanks, Tom.
And we'll
I'll
talk
keep
soon.
you posted, buddy. Yeah.
All right. Thank
Bye-bye.
you, George. All right, Henry, going to take a little early break here. Little cleanup in aisle 4 problem here at the convention center. Look, I didn't do it. You know me, I didn't have anything to do with it. It was all, the water cooler here. We need a little rug cleanup.
Water cooler?
Yeah, water cooler incident. You
Too
know,
much,
anything
too
can
much
happen
good conversation around it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that's right. I'll tell you what the conversation is. More calls coming, though. You heard George Pichetto. Here's how you get in. 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. You just push pound 1210.
This was viral. This went everywhere. The sandwich snatcher. Has this ever happened to you guys, by the way?
Not a sandwich, but I've lost French fries.
Yeah, French fries 100%, but not a full sandwich.
Like from your hand while you were eating it?
Well, from the cup. I think it's happened to me twice, actually, now that I reflect upon it. Also, a seagull once pooped on me, so I've got bad blood with the seagull community.
That seagull did the right thing.
Don't encourage them.
That seagull is my new favorite seagull. I wish I could beat that seagull. Shake his wing.
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
My dad Len always says, the minute you get in a rideshare, buckle up.
And my son Jordan always says, the minute you get in a rideshare accident, first seek medical attention and then call us. This is Len Lundy.
And I'm Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. My dad and I hope we'll never meet you because of an accident, but if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers.
Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here, and this summer, Piazza Mazda brings you more to move you. More style, more thrills, and more savings. For a limited time, get 1.9% financing for 60 months on the award-winning Mazda CX-50. CX-50 Hybrid, CX-70, or CX-90. That's just 1.9% financing. Plus, available now, lease offers, and more. Don't wait. Discover how Mazda has more to move you today. Visit us at Piazza Mazda of Westchester, Piazza Mazda of Reading, or online at piazzamazda.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance. This Saturday, August 30th at noon. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday at noon on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Tom Giordano Show. Welcome in. 855-839-1210. You get a line. Coming up, Delaware County, Republican Party. We need to rouse the faithful out there in Delaware County. They're coming up with an all-volunteer Human Relations Commission. Oh, first of all, I would be scrutinized the background of these volunteers. You know what these human relations, and the thing they want to get at is gender identity and come at and go after people, bankrupt them if they can. did you happen to see that one of the leading board members on the Cracker Barrel board has one of the biggest DEI consultancy and all that type of stuff in the country? It just came out over the last 24 hours or so. And it gives you an idea of the driving force of where this has been going with Cracker Barrel. It's not just all of a sudden out of the blue, the thing that we sniffed out with the new logo. This is the background. And this guy's been agitating on this, and he's had big hookup with Disney, who's now trying to get males back after what they've gone through. So the Cracker Barrel story is initially, it's a synergy. It is this woman who I think is more corporate and likes all these corporate facelifts of what people want at Cracker Barrel. The guy with the barrel, where is he? And this guy on the board who's Mr. DEI. You put the two things together, you got a new monster here, combination of corporate and woke, serving each other's interest. How much do they have to get punished? How much does the stock have to go down before they get a sense that, hey, this is not where we ought to be? We'll see. We'll see what they do. But when you have someone like that on the board, that's a big-time problem. I mentioned the Human Relations Commission. Delaware Valley Journal is the only one that has this. The ordinance calls for the county to appoint between 7 and 13 volunteer commissioners to the board with the power to hear and investigate complaints, make determinations, and issue fines. Complaints could come from anyone in the county without any corroborating evidence. Now, as you know, maybe not if you're a new listener, I have a lot of experience with this stuff due to my friendship with the great Joey Vento. That was the Human Relations Commission. They got one complaint by somebody about the Please Speak English. We had a 7-hour trial on top of everything else that he eventually won. One of the people testifying was the human relations person at that time who said under oath, yes, if you're going to have an event like that and somebody speaks Swahili, you better manage your house and have somebody who can translate Swahili. I mean, my God. Do you know where this goes? What the hell has happened to the suburbs, particularly Delaware County? This Human Relations Commission is exactly the type of thing these commissars do. No evidence, nothing, and suddenly you're under fire. And these are unelected people. And what are they going to serve? The one thing Delaware Valley Journal points out that seems to be a key here is gender identity, the trans stuff, the identifying as this one day, the other day this. That's exactly where they're going. By the way, on the mayor that we were talking about with the weightlifting, Riley Gaines, I'm thinking more than suggests that she'd like to challenge him to a weightlifting contest, a bench press. Oh, man. I could never get them both to mulligans, Henry, but that's the dream on my marquee. Riley Gaines versus the commie mayor bench pressing.
Got 2 bench presses we can bring down?
Oh, of course. I mean, I would move heaven
maybe?
and earth. I mean, I would get, somebody of note to be the referee. George Paquetto, noted attorney, refereeing the bench press and telling us if there was cheating or not. I think Riley
wasn't
Gaines,
a full rep.
Yeah, I think Riley Gaines could beat him. I really do.
Yeah, all she has to do is 1.
Yeah, right, exactly, right.
The bar could not be lower.
Come on, 0, a negative. He couldn't even get the bar off. I mean, you got to get the bar off. It might come down on you a little bit, but the guy is well-meaning. It's trying to help him, but don't they know we're going to say commie? Look at this, fake. Do you know what a Potamkin village is?
I don't know.
Oh, come on now, Henry. You're well-studied. Think about it for him. Never heard that?
I've definitely heard it. I don't know, anything
it's
about
essentially, let me see if I could give an exact date. They brought a journalist around the world to the Soviet Union, and they went to this ideal village. I'm not sure why it got named Potamkin after that. And here people are starving throughout the country. Millions are dying. New York Times and others went back to say that socialism is working pretty well. And they showed, the photos they had and the storylines from this Potamkin village.
So it's like North Korea, how when they make like a a propaganda video. Like, look how much food is in the stores.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
It's like, no.
But, I mean, they actually took them, though, to a site.
Oh.
I think it was 1933 or so. It's a great word. It's a great phrase.
Yeah, I have the meaning behind it here. It
Yeah.
comes from the 18th century Russian story of Grigory Potemkin, who built fake settlements to impress Empress Catherine II during her visit to Crimea.
Okay. All right. That's where it came from. Okay. But, it's one thing to have a newsreel, to have somebody, look at downtown Philadelphia. It's another to actually try to create. And again, I have not seen coverage of it, but you got to know when you're there it's fake. People can't fake. They're not that good enough of actors to fake this type of stuff, right? So how in the world? They wanted to write it. They wanted to say that Stalin and this was working. That's good to know, though. That's where it came from. Creating villages. I mean, just think of how difficult this is to do, to create this type of stuff. All right, let's go to Gary in Newtown. That's a Potemkin village. He's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary, afternoon.
Hey, Dom, how are you? Good afternoon. It's beautiful outside, let me tell you.
Everybody's saying that here, and I'm looking right out the window on the boardwalk, people skating by, people running, jogging, sweating. Absolutely.
Well, it's always nice to know that regardless of how beautiful it is, you're going to be in there on the radio Monday through Friday, that's for sure.
Well, there is word tomorrow, though. I might be out there on the porch doing this. There are perks to this job. Lou, the top guy, if Henry can set up the technology, just kind of kidding, Henry. I think it'll be pretty difficult. But the back of the convention center is right on this promontory overlooking the ocean and all. That'd be good.
So a couple of things. Really early in the show, you were talking about Donald Trump and his no cash bail.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I believe in that. I believe that he should do that if he can, but I also believe that it shouldn't be for first-time offenders.
Well, how about if you commit a rape or a murder?
Well, I apologize. 100%. Well, actually, if the evidence is conclusive, yes, I do.
Well, see, Gary, I get your point. A lot of this is repeat offenders, but some of it is such severe crimes, and the evidence is, such that you shouldn't be able to walk. You got to put up something here in order to assure that you're going to show up. That's part of it. These people don't show up then.
No, I'm for that. What I'm not for is a rape such as a Me Too movement type of a scenario, right?
Okay, right. Yeah, I got you.
Okay. And then about Baltimore or Maryland and Baltimore in general, my understanding or my research shows me that prior to 1980, a specific law that was enacted by the federal government, part of the mayor's compensation could come from gifts and or bribes.
That's Baltimore. You've captured it. Charm City. You know what? If there's more corrupt place, maybe Chicago, Gary, I don't know. But Baltimore's smaller. That seems to breed, even when it gets corrupt, it's even more insidious. I think they're the most corrupt imaginable.
That's one of the reasons why I love The Wire so much, honestly.
Greatest show in the history of TV. You agree?
I do, absolutely.
Henry, do you third?
Oh, man. I go back and forth between that and The Sopranos, but yeah, it's definitely 1A, 1B, no doubt.
I have to say, I get the breakthrough of The Sopranos and all, but you know what? In the end, The Wire does it. They're closed. Their last show gives them by a nose. I still go with The Wire. Yeah. Gary, what's your side today?
My side answer today is going to be William Thomas, a.k.a. Leah Thomas, holds a press conference and apologized for all her wrongdoings at the university swimming program for the University of Pennsylvania.
That is a great one. That has not happened. So he took one a little bit outside the box. It hasn't happened. That would break the internet. Oh, we were kind of going, if it, we'll mix that in, Henry. That's fine.
Yeah,
it's
no, it
something
works.
that did happen would break the internet today. But Leah Thomas, yes, doing that, mea culpa, mea maxima culpa, that definitely would. All righty, 855-839-1210. You get on board AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. As I said over the weekend, and we played it, I think Bill Maher captured beautifully the difference with what Trump is doing, the incrementalism, things that people want, that they care about. They're tired of the low-flow toilet. the no tax on tips. All those things are things that move the ball forward. This is cut 5, though. Here's a teacher, and there's so many targets out there to push back on how outrageous this is. A teacher talking about, essentially, as I understand it, why she doesn't want to go back to teaching this year. Here's how it sounded.
Enter to the scene the admin we're going to name Larry. Larry is once again an insecure, incompetent, middle-aged white man. We are going to name this trans student Millie. Millie's parents have found out that Millie is going by Millie at school. Millie's parents are homophobic and transphobic, and so they don't like that. Them being homophobic and transphobic does not make Millie not Millie, or make Millie feel like she's not Millie. They are essentially torturing Millie at home because they don't like this. They are dead naming her. They have removed her door from its hinges. They have taken all of her art notebooks and made her sit there in silence. They've taken the bed. Like, that. It's ridiculous. Yes, CPS was called. Yes, CPS did nothing. Shocking, right? Shocking. At this point, I'm going to let you know that the Department of Education for my state does not force people to call trans kids by their chosen names, but it does have it heavily recommended by the psych people. The school's counselor and the school's social worker also both recommend this. So I am very confused when the admin, Larry, sends out an email to all of the staff that have Millie. The email says that henceforth they are only to be called Bob by all of the teachers, and if they hear them saying anything to any of the other students, they need to correct them out loud in front of the class and say, no, that's Bob. Now, I am very confused about this because I'm like, does Millie want to go by Bob now? Like, I am so confused. I don't get it. And so when Millie came in that day, I took Millie aside and I was like, hey, I got an email today that said that you want to go by Bob now. Is that true? And Millie just starts sobbing. Millie has a full-on mental breakdown in the middle of my class. Because no, Millie does not want to go by Bob now. Bob is the dead name. Millie is still Millie and wants to be called Millie, but the parents have contacted the school, and Larry decided that this was the best course of action. This is what needs to happen. Yeah, right. I guess I'm fighting Larry. I guess I'm going to jail. Like, I guess this is how it ends. This is, like, are you kidding me? What? Yes, these events did 100% lead to me not being hired again at the end of the year. Worth it.
All right. This is the meltdown. This is the stuff that's going on. By the way.
Worth it.
Say what, Henry?
Worth it.
Yes. It's amazing to me. The new hero now, looking at all that's going on, is CHOP in Philadelphia. Several more stories since we told you last week that the Trump people have asked for all kinds of information there. And the thing with CHOP is they're refusing. They're going to fight this to the death. I think it was the Inquirer that pointed out that the Pittsburgh Children's Hospital, Nemours, a whole bunch in our area, all have said, no, we're not going to go down this path of gender-affirming care. And I think some of them are doing it because the science and everything else is telling them, including a big study that came out recently, that this is bad science. This is not the cure-all. This is going to mutilate any number of kids, and there's no going back from it. Yet, Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, which used to be the shining star in the hill for me, is still going down this path and putting out more information about how they can serve you in all these different services. It's a disgrace. It's hard to believe. I told you all the reasons why I used to recommend them, talk about them. But this is not going to stand. The Trump administration is going to zone in on them. We're going to see who in the end wins on this. Now, they're high-powered. They have a lot of money, a lot of backers, legal authority, who still believe somehow or another that the science is on their side and these others are just capitulating because of Trump. I think some of it's Trump, but I think some of it is a reckoning on this, and we're going to see this battle continue with some outliers like Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Okay, coming up. I don't have a ton of knowledge. I have a little bit. But I happened to be flipping through the TV, getting ready this morning here at the shore, and I saw CBS, which I think still has the Grammys, which, you know, the big thing I have against the Grammy, who knows, by the end of this show, Henry and I might have Grammys. That's how many people have them. Google it. How many Grammys have been given out? I bet, could it be 100,000? No, that would be even for the Grammys. What is it, 40 years, Henry, of the Grammys or something?
At least.
They seem like they give out for just about anything. The Obamas have won 82 of them, you know. But the person who's boycotting because they will not accept his nomination as an individual, it has to be with somebody else, is Morgan Whalen. Now, I know the guy's background. I know one was a potentially criminal incident, throwing a chair from a bar up on the other story of it. But the other is a racial slur a few years ago. But from what I've read, he seems to have made, after an initial non-apology apology, an apology. The album is #1, and here's the kicker. Even the country music people do not want to recognize this guy, according to CBS this morning. Now, he also was caught not wearing a mask and then maybe, beating his chest he wasn't going to during COVID. Another unforgivable. Think of the unforgivable things, arguably, that people are doing or have done. They don't get canceled. Canceling's going away a bit, and yet this guy still is. Now, the next target, New York Post, big piece, Snoop Dogg took his grandson to a film over the weekend, I believe Disney, and the kid asked him in the middle, well, wait a minute, these are two women, how did they have a baby? And Snoop Dogg said, that's it. And he's spoken out today, attacking all this. Now, is he a guy that you can't cancel? I mean, this guy's been
100%.
on. You think so? Why?
Yes.
What is the thing? All right, let's go through. Race, what else?
I just think it's his persona. The whole kind of went from like the gangster rapper to just this cool, chill guy that smokes all this weed. He's your friend. You know, you see him, you're like, Snoop Dogg, what's up? He can do anything. He can exist with anyone, and I think that's why he's kind of this just uncancelable figure. He's a great hand.
All right, it's going to be tested. Now, he has said some pretty direct things that I get why he would be uncomfortable with the grandson. To your point, I think he's buddies with Martha Stewart, right?
Mm-hmm, of course.
There we go. All right.
Who's the bigger criminal in that duo? Who knows?
Well, that's true. Yeah, it's just, yeah. Well, bottom line is Morgan Whalen. A little bit more on that coming up. The guy is going to now boycott the Grammys. I don't even know how they exist per se, except as a tradition, since they just when you lower the bar enough, then what happens is it's not like the Oscars. They tried to lower the bar a little bit, and I think they've gone back. It's like the Baseball Hall of Fame. You know, nobody knows the Football Hall of Fame per se. You have to really follow sports to be looking at that. Same thing with the Basketball Hall of Fame, like saying, how did Dan Borowski get in the Basketball Hall of Fame? Now, that would be a miracle. Well, he's 6'8". He was on the Dom Giordano show. But baseball, we still have the records pretty much intact, and we look at it. So that brings us to President Trump and who President Trump says should be in the Hall of Fame that I think over my dead body. Roger Clemens. Great pitcher, but then based upon what we know, a maniac that you could see out there on the mound that has no business being in the Hall of Fame. Henry, are you in the steroid, non-steroid camp? What do you say?
I think that these players played, and because they did, they are eligible for the Hall of Fame. You can't erase their history because it happened. Put him in. He won the Cy Young 7 times. I don't care if he was a wacko out there. He was the best at his position.
We don't know when he started doing what he was doing, though.
That doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
It doesn't.
Right.
It's the Baseball Hall of Fame is a museum to baseball. You can't tell the story about baseball without these cheaters. Whether, you put them in after they die like they're doing with Pete Rose, so be it, but they are a part of history and they should be in.
Well, I would have the cheaters wing. I was one ahead of you there.
Oh, well, yeah, you can have a cheaters wing. If you want to have a big wing with big red letters that says cheaters and it's Roger Clemens, Barry Bonds, Sammy Sosa,
Rodriguez,
go all the way, but they should still have their own wing. They should be in.
All right. Yeah, that's fine. The cheaters wing, there might be a dozen or so prominent ones. I'm okay with that. All right, Morgan Whalen, are you a fan? What is it now with this guy that is so popular, so overwhelming, that him boycotting this makes news that even the CBS crew this morning saying, yeah, this is not a good look for the Grammys. Why is he not considered individually? I think he was with Post Malone on something. Might have got a Grammy for that. In other words, somebody has to wash away the stink of Morgan Whalen in order for him to get a Grammy. That seems to be the issue here. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Get in on the side question, too, here on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Are you guys surprised in all this talk about federalizing everything, all the unsafe cities, that Philadelphia's not mentioned?
It's always New York or D.C. or Chicago. D.C. is 61 square feet, and they have approximately 3,500 cops. We are approximately 140 square feet and barely have more than that.
We're so far down with the vacancy rate, which was inherited by this current mayor. You hear others talk about it, but there's not the defiance by this mayor that you see from the other cities.
Yeah. Are we chalking up silence as a win, as silence as progress?
Well, I don't know.
I guess it can't get worse.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
It's the dog days of summer and you're sweating in a clunker with no AC? Fetch yourself a new ride at Colonial Hyundai in Downingtown. John Ashdale, the car czar, is throwing you a bone. Save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. The deals are unleashed at Colonial. Get behind the wheel of a brand new Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Palisade and save big. For a limited time only at Colonial, take advantage of 0% financing on any new Hyundai in stock. Plus, Colonial Hyundai will give you the most for your trade, even if it's in worse condition than a junkyard dog. Colonial will give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition. And your new ride will be covered nose to tail. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain and Hyundai Assurance. Colonial Hyundai will also donate $100 for every vehicle sold this month to the Brandywine SPCA. So don't sit or stay. Run to Colonial Hyundai on Route 30 in Downingtown. Or shop online at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In stock vehicles only, tax and tags additional. See dealer for full details.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their teeth-in-a-day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. 855-839-1210. You get on board. So the Inquirer analyzed all the vehicles on the road in Pennsylvania pretty much. Which one of these, and I'll throw it out there when you call in, and we have people on the side question. Ford truck, which way does that lean? And I will tell you, the lean is pretty big. Is it a GOP or a blue area? How about a Honda SUV? Which way does that lean? And a Chevrolet truck, which way does that lead? Tesla was big up until recently, they say, in the Democrat areas. And now it still might be there a good bit. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. Paul in the Northeast is in on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Paul.
Hello, Dom. I was just talking about the Walter Sterling show that I heard last week, and he mentioned that he was looking through SEPTA's budget, and it seems like they're paying Amtrak $77 million for use of the tracks.
Yes.
But those tracks should be, in fact, public property. They shouldn't be paying a dime.
Well, look, I hear you. When you look through SEPTA's shenanigans here, Paul, it's an obvious thing. I blame somewhat some of the Republicans on the board. It has a bipartisan board, mainly Democrat. And Democrats are willing to die on this hill. They're going to create so much pain this week because they believe that pain will be associated with Republicans, and they'll defeat Republicans come the midterms in the House and Senate in Pennsylvania.
Well, there's really too many bureaucrats in both parties, I think, up there.
Yeah,
well, I just fired a lot and get some new folks.
I hear you, Paul. Thank you. And look, what you're saying about what's in their budget, yeah, Walter's doing a great job at night. And it's also that it's an obvious thing. We just heard from George Paquetta how much money they have right now they could tap into rather than causing this pain. By the way, I need a report.
Did we get his side there?
I didn't.
Oh man, that was my winner.
What was
there.
his side? What was his side?
Jesus not being in the tomb, just someone walking by and being like, "Wait a minute."
Yeah, we don't take.
All right, that's fair.
Yeah,
that's
religious.
fair.
Yeah, So forever, no religious, no Trump. Just yeah, that's okay, Paul. Good try. Hey, by the way, on the side question, we're looking for something. We let Gary go away. He was in the middle of his answer. Didn't want to rain on it. We're looking for something that did happen historically, some event that you think if it happened now under current conditions, it would blow up the internet. That's what we're looking for. And I offered two, not only because they're huge, Kennedy assassination, moon landing, but because of the conspiratorial element that I think would blow it up even more. That's what would come out. The Kennedy assassination is where all the conspiracy, there's always been conspiracies, but that's the one that blew things up. Henry's was Babe Ruth calling his shot. So when you call in, feel free to jump in with one of those. All right, and with one of the things that the Democrats want with SEPTA that affects all of us, particularly those of you in the suburbs, they want to grant the Pennsylvania collar counties, who are now only authorized to tax property, they want to get them to be able to tax other things. Can you imagine? Taxes on sales, wage or transfer taxes when you sell real estate. So what they're proposing, what the Democrats really want, is to get their mitts into something that would go on forever. They don't want to hear about the compromises being made here and the money they already have. That's why this is such a showdown. And Shapiro is in the middle of it. The governor's race is in the middle of it. Republicans cannot capitulate on this, and I would be surprised if they do. Joe Pittman, who we had on, was spot on his arguments about this. We have Frank Ferry. He's from the suburbs. They're making him like a wanted poster out there on SEPTA. It's obvious to me who's responsible. How in the world can you have an organization that admits to $50 million in fare evasion? They admit to that. On my show, we had Ken Lawrence. He wanted to come on. We put him on. So it's probably a lot more than that. Well, what are they going to do? What do you mean, what are they going to do? What did they do in New York? How did they crack down in New York before the most recent regime around this stuff? What did they do under Giuliani and Bloomberg? How did they find this solved a lot of other crimes? What is it that worked there? It did. Also, the special prosecutor doesn't prosecute anybody. We're looking at that. But there's a whole array of things, to Paul's point, that people want oversight of SEPTA. It is probably the most ill-run organization, even more than the city of Philadelphia, in our area. I can't think of anything worse. They think they're going to buffalo their way through, as they always do, and that Republicans will have to give it up and will have to give them pretty much the money they want with no strings attached. And I guess their Super Bowl will be when we get to the Eagles game, if it goes that long. I don't know. I waver day to day. I could see it going that long, and they're going to inflict pain. They're going to say it's going to take you 6 hours to get home, and they think everybody will blame the Republicans. Now, their advantage, their home field advantage, you know what that is, the media. The media cannot wait to do that. SEPTA is holy ground. When I'm on Inside Story, even, every panelist there, one time I was on even the Republican panelist, they were all touting SEPTA. You'll hear them say, even some Republicans, well, southeastern Pennsylvania is the driving force of this entire state. We're tired of these people in Hicksville out there telling us what to do. We need SEPTA to drive the economy. That's it. That's what the showdown, that's why this is important. And we'll be inside that along with you as it continues. But imagine giving them the power to tax sales, wage, or transfer taxes, or all three. That's what they want. We know what they want. They always want more ways to tax you. It's never enough. I still think Mondami in New York is going to win, despite that he's a commie who can't lift 100 pounds, apparently. Because they're looking for a simple solution. Socialism is hot again. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Hit us on the side question, whatever else is on your mind. We'd love to get you on board. And should President Trump declassify pot? I think he should. It shouldn't be in the same classification area as heroin, and I think he is going to do that. Will there be backlash? Yeah, I know about today's pot versus the pot of years ago, but still, come on. It's not heroin. What does the declassification do? Initially, maybe not earth-shattering, but gradually, that will have something in play that's associated with it. But I'm still on board with it, and I think Trump is going to do that. 855-839-1210.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Come into Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for the Make This the Summer event. Right now, you can lease a new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport 4xe for only $349 a month for 36 months. Or check out a new 2025 Jeep Compass Limited and lease for only $399 a month for 36 months. So hurry in. These offers won't last long. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at tricountycdjr.com to see more.
Yo, I want to get my wife something special. Bracelet, earrings, but not some cookie cutter piece every woman's got.
Then step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carats, and Cozy.
Cozy Jewelers?
Yep, family owned in Newtown Square. The team at Cozy handpicks and handsets every diamond. And if you want custom, they'll design it just for her.
Sounds legit. I want something that's really one of a kind.
Exactly. No mass-produced junk here. Just stunning, timeless pieces. Hit up CozyJewelers.com and their Instagram at Cozy Jewelers.
Step up to the 5th C. Cozy Jewelers.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Summer is here, and the good times are calling. It's the perfect moment to swing by your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store and get $2 off your summer favorites, like El Jimador Silver Tequila, Herradura Blanco Tequila, and Herradura Reposado Tequila. Perfect for backyard get-togethers or beach days. And while you're there, don't forget to grab a 4-pack of Jack and Coke or Jack and Coke Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can. Chill, sip, and celebrate responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty, 10% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's LL number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
From Broomall to Blackwood, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. You are welcome in at 855-839-1210. We're going to talk SEPTA with State Senator Frank Farry at 2 o'clock. Our buddy, he's at 2:30. Scott Presler in the On Deck Circle with some good news about what's going on in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, et cetera. It's always good news to talk with him. But President Trump today, some of the things that we brought up are certainly the cashless bail is the number one. What's happening with D.C. crime is very, very important. And this back and forth with this Wes Moore guy, even on Morning Joe, admitting 300,000 people have fled Baltimore. He says it's due to neglect. Like there's always somebody else that has to provide more money, always more 5-year plans. That's exactly what the communists did. Trump, in a matter of 2 weeks, essentially, has restored some semblance in D.C. of normalcy, of a nation's capital. I can't emphasize that enough, and Trump is. This is the nation's capital. It ought to be a showplace. It shouldn't be we accept the mayhem that's going on. By the way, the Doge guy, the guy that got beaten up, remember, trying to help the woman, over the weekend when Mandami was assisted in just bench pressing 135, he was hitting 225. Now he's bigger, but he's not a monster guy. It's just a contrast. The cheating that went on with the bench press, that's not a spotter. That's not a guy helping you with a little forefinger to help push the weight or make you believe you're going to be able to push it up. It's a guy essentially pulling the weight up. Now, what does it matter with this guy? It's just a spectacle that, involves what his whole methodology is. He would have been better off not doing it. I have a suit on or whatever if he can't do it. He doesn't have to bench press 225 to be mayor. But it's incredible to see this play out. And this guy's going to win. I don't even know it's going to be relatively close at this point. You have Adams, allegedly one of his people, giving bribes in a potato chip bag. You have Sliwa that they won't vote for because they won't vote for a Republican. And then you have Cuomo for obvious reasons, what the difficulty is. All right, let's go to Drew in Upper Darby. And Drew's next on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Drew, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Dom, I'm going to talk about something that hasn't been touched on yet, but it's so satisfying, like with what's going on with John Bolton. And, it's so satisfying that finally some of these guys are going to face the music, like Clapper and Brennan and Comey. Dom, I'm not saying they have to go to jail, but at the very least, hit them where it hurts, in the wallet, because all the good people that they tried to destroy, like Roger Stone and General Flynn, it's about time that the shoe's on the other foot,
Oh, it definitively is here, and there's enough evidence here, without a doubt, to kind of amplify as they continue to dig what we thought happened with Russiagate. So, yeah, Drew, there is going to be a reckoning here at some point. What's your side, Drew?
Yes, thanks, Tom. Yes, the side, and if this incident happened now, because like the Russia, we all know that was fabricated. But if Watergate happened now, and how much the mainstream media hates the Republicans, it's like they would have had the goods because they got Nixon and Ehrlichman and Haldeman. They have them on tape. If Watergate happened now, the mainstream media and social media would be having a field day.
They did then, too. And I would say, you know what? I don't know that I would agree with Drew on that. Here's the takeaway from that. I've read a lot about Watergate. I was fascinated by it, what happened, watched the hearings, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I would argue you would stand a better chance today because as biased as the media is, we all know this, the mainstream media, we have players in the game now. Then it was 3, 6, and 10. CBS, ABC, NBC. We know the bias that was there. It was the New York Times, Philadelphia Inquirer. In other words, there were no name one then. Wall Street Journal, I don't remember. I mean, there were not entities that had any kind of power. You didn't have talk radio, in essence. You didn't have any newspapers. You didn't have Twitter. You didn't have Fox News Channel, certainly. You didn't have any of the players. In other words, as much bias as there continues to be in these so-called mainstream groups, we're seeing more and more power in places that are overwhelming now with right-wing influencers of one sort or another. One of the biggest is coming up next. That would be our buddy Scott Presler with his weekly report. And then we're going to take you inside SEPTA and what happens next. You heard George Paquetto here today jump in, talk about this lawsuit with SEPTA for what they're doing when they have the money there. George Paquetto will get an action. He'll get something going on here. But you get in at 855-839-1210.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
From now through August 31st, you can get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. That's right, you could pay nothing until 2027. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com to get this great offer. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more, 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
This summer, Hester Chevrolet is turning up the heat with summer savings on a great selection. Looking for a great deal? Lease a new 2026 Chevy Equinox just $343 per month, or a new 2024 Chevy Silverado EV just $699 a month. Visit Hester Chevrolet, Philly's trusted Chevy dealer, or check us out online at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Hester Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet!
Online security is a must, and millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer and more private online. And you can do that too. Get NordVPN with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic from data snoopers and internet service providers, while NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro will reduce risk of phishing and alert you about the fake online shops and known scams. And that's not all. If your email address is leaked to the dark web, you will get an instant notification from the Dark Web Monitor and act accordingly. Get the special NordVPN deal today at nordvpn.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on nordvpn.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
All right, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210. Something that if it happened today, it would break the internet. Well, on a local level, trending, I would say, when it happens, it should break the internet, and that is Pennsylvania red again in our lifetime. And there'd be several people to thank, but let's face it, what this guy does is magic and hard work. He would be one of the chief people responsible if that internet got broken by that. Welcome back to the Dom Giordano program, Scott Presler. Scott, welcome in.
I love Mondays, Dom, because I'm always on with you. How are you?
Thank you, Scott. And we market and we value you even more because I am fascinated as a communicator, as somebody who does this, with your incrementalism and your what you do that makes such sense. So I was watching over the weekend what you do with your whiteboard, not like Karl Rove, at voter registration spots. Tell me the procedure you follow to try to zone in on more people that might be open to a message that's more conservative.
Well, some people They say, Scott, how do you know that you're registering Republicans or people that are going to vote conservatively? Number one, Pennsylvania is a closed primary state. So when we registered 57 voters at the Crawford County Fair, which, by the way, was a lot because the Democrats only got 2. Bless their hearts. Bless their sweet pea-picking hearts. And when you go through and you're going, okay, all 57 of these chose Republican, well, I think we're doing a pretty good job. But you know what we do, too? To ascertain how people are thinking and feeling, we use whiteboards. And on the whiteboard, on an easel next to our voter registration booth, prominently displayed, it will say, do you support ICE? ? On the left-hand side, in red with a dry erase marker, we put yes. And on the right-hand side, in blue with a dry erase, we put no. So we're even subtly kind of showing people supporting ICE, yes, red, Republican. Not supporting ICE, supporting illegal aliens, criminal illegal aliens, blue, Democrat, no. And when you look at the board, you'll see every single time hundreds and hundreds of people took our poll, and overwhelmingly at the Crawford County Fair, it was in support of ICE and, arresting criminal illegal aliens. So it's so funny, Dom, because what we'll do is we have the note of retention flyers and we have voter registration forms ready to go. As soon as somebody picks up those red marker, immediately I'm getting out my note of retention to Doherty, Donahue, and Wecht. I'm getting out a voter registration form because I know I've already got them. They're a Republican. They're supporting ICE. They're conservative. And so now, gleaning that information from them, I have to educate them about this November's election. And if every person spent their time registering voters and going to fairs and using this kind of methodology, I think that we can really turn the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania into a conservative state even more quickly.
Absolutely. I commend you. The ICE thing is a tell, because there's a little bit of back and forth about that. It's in the news. If you choose some other things, you might not know. If they're still supporting ICE directly in that manner, then that's a tell. This is somebody that's going to be open to the message. So, Scott, how are we doing in Pennsylvania with active voters this week?
So, Democrats gained 14 voters in the last week. Democrats did gain, but you know what? I'm in a hotel right now getting ready for an event tonight in Wilkes-Barre in Luzerne County, Pennsylvania. And I'm staring at 75 forms that haven't been put into the system, haven't been, turned into the local county elections office. And that's just me. That's not including our other 25 full-time staff across Pennsylvania. So on Monday of next week, we have Labor Day. I may suggest doing Tuesday with you instead because I'll have new data for you. Yep. But I feel that this next week we're going to see a huge increase and bump in voter registration. But here's really what I'd like to dive in from the data because, it ebbs and flows as all data does. But I'm going to put you on your phone for a second. Listen to this, Dom. 3 counties that are of particular interest are Center County, home to Penn State University. Last week, Republicans had an advantage of 798 voters. Well, we just went up to 817, plus 19 Republican voters in Center County, home to Penn State University. Bucks County, which is one of the most quintessential swing counties in the Commonwealth, last week had 9,709 more registered Republicans, and we just went up to 9,771. We gained 62 Republican net voters in Bucks County in the same year that Sheriff Fred Herron, Republican, is running for re-election, the same year that Jen Shorn, elected official district attorney, Republican, is running for re-election. That spells good news for both Herron and Shorn, and I ask for everybody in Bucks County to vote for them. And last, that we're focusing hard on Erie County. Erie went from 5,932 down of a Democrat advantage to 5898. And Republicans in the most swing county in the entire United States of America gained another net of 34 voters. The Democrats should be panicked, and they should be shaking in their boots that independent counties are going to the right.
That is the biggest bellwether. That's exactly right, Scott. And nobody else is calling that like you are. That is, you get it, how definitive Erie County is. Scott, any Jersey news, any thoughts, any meanderings of what's going on in New Jersey?
Well, and before I go to Jersey, I really believe in giving credit where credit is due. I have to give a shout out to Donna Reese over in Erie County. Donna does election integrity. She is boots on the ground. And I want to give a shout out to a woman running for city council in Erie, Kim Hunter. If anyone is in Erie, you vote for Kim Hunter this November, and let's reshape the city council and make it more reflective of bringing down property taxes and making life affordable. And of course, I want to give a shout out to Greg Rothman with the PAGOP for doing a contest, because Pike County has reached 103% of its goal and is the first county in the Commonwealth to have completed the PAGOP's voter registration goals. So shout out to Gina Mancato and Matthew Contreras and Mr. Cucci's. Next, Jersey. My team, we have 14 full-time staff on the ground in Jersey, crushing it. And the amount of young people coming over to the Republican Party in Jersey, again, the Democrats, you think they should be shaking in Pennsylvania? Mikey Sherrill is vulnerable. And I ask every person in Jersey to spread the good word about Jack Chattarelli, because he has the momentum, he has the energy, he has the policies, and we have the ground game, and we are in all 21 counties. And our goal is to not just win, or at least bring down the Democrat advantage in places like Camden and Bergen County and Gloucester, but we are raising the score in places like Salem, Hunterdon, Warren, Cape May, Atlantic, Ocean, Monmouth. And that is our goal, a 21-county strategy, and I'll have new data for you after September 1st.
Sounds very good. So next Scott Presler visit will be on Tuesday, Henry, at 2 o'clock. We'll mark that down right now. And, Scott, you're saying that a lot of this stuff will build up, and then post-Labor Day we'll start to see something a little bit more definitive here.
Well, yes, and then we're going to, so after Labor Day, I'll be able to have new data for you for PA after September 1st, new data for Jersey. Okay. And then we're going into a transition phase. Mid-September, ladies and gentlemen, mail-in ballots are going to be going out in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and New Jersey. If you need a mail-in ballot, if you need an emergency backup ballot, go to vote.pa.gov. Get your Plan B right now. And early vote action is going to be transitioning from, voter registration to get out the vote. And we're going to be ballot chasing. In New Jersey, we will be ballot harvesting, and we're going to be doing a lot of door knocking, especially in October, doing GOTV in preparation for November.
Any way we can promote it, just let us know, Scott. People love it when you're in the area.
Thank you. Last thing, this is critical. Last. So we're using new vernacular this year, Dom. On the back side of your ballot is going to be the no to retention. You're going to have to actually flip your ballot to the other side in order to vote no to Donahue, Doherty, and Wex. So I want to hear from people at home. How do you feel about this? Flip your ballot to flip PA, or turn over your ballot to turn over your judges. And thank you so much, Tom.
Flip. I like the flip. Flip.
Okay, we're going to go with it. Flip your ballot to flip PA.
Thank you, Scott. Where do we go? Where do we go for all things Scott Presler, too?
Earlyvoteaction.com, earlyvoteaction.com.
Thank you, Scott. Talk to you on Tuesday. Take care, buddy.
Thanks. Bye.
All right there, Henry. We clicked our fingers. It's flip, not turnover. Come on. You got to use flip. I like how Scott makes executive decisions that could turn that race, and we did it right here on this show. That's what we try to do. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. If you missed any of it today, we talked with George Paquetto, who is poised or is involved with suing SEPTA around having all that money and yet still trying to create pain. It's a pain strategy. Why do Democrats always do this? Well, because they know the media is going to jump in and blame Republicans for the pain that they're creating. Guy Shiraki, our friend, has a great column up today. SEPTA is not broke, it's broken. We know this. Self-admission, $50 million in fare evasion. It's probably much higher than that. People are not going to stop raising the rates, 21.5% come after Labor Day. Well, they're the ones making these decisions. They've gotten away with it forever. Republicans are holding their ground this time. That's the type of thing that's going on. The big national story, President Trump, we've talked about it a lot, trying to push back against cashless bail. Now, can he do it? Well, there's going to be resistance, but his resistance then is federal funding. Is cashless bail a driving force of the criminal element we're seeing in various, well, New York is the epicenter. Yes, the non-weightlifting, bench pressing, Madami over the weekend, in addition to not lifting anything, he was assisted, said he'd like to get rid of all misdemeanors. Can you imagine a world? No misdemeanor crimes. Well, wait a minute. Then people are going to commit felonies. No, they're not. Just get rid of misdemeanors, and the criminal justice system will be fine. I'll give you a list of misdemeanors, and if we got rid of them, what the result would be. All right, 855-839-1210. But right now, it is time for...
It's the Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
That is right. And Henry, I know it's tickets to Atlantic City. I don't have that in front of me here. Being on the road.
Today's winner will win a 4-pack of tickets to the Atlantic City In-Water Boat Show September 4th through the 7th at the Golden's Nugget Marina. See the new boat models from all the major manufacturers. Buy $15 advance tickets at acinwaterboatshow.com. So, Dom, on that note, the side question. Today we are asking for something in history that would go crazy viral today. So I tried playing around with this a little bit when I was coming up with the Money Melody today. I'm going to play you here a song that when it first came out, you know, it was moderately popular, had some sort of listening to it, but not as big as a hit as it is today because of the likes of social media. The app TikTok uses a lot of sounds to drive the virality, create kind of trends, and they use a lot of old songs. And this song in particular that I'm going to play you did go viral and has become this band's number 2 or 3 most streamed song of all time after not being ranked in its top streaming rankings, you know, up until last year when this, you know, kind of sound got big. So what I'm going to play you here today is that song, just the beginning, just the part you would hear on TikTok. I want to know the name of the band performing the song, some notes about the band. They're credited with creating a genre of music in the 90s. They are also went under a different name at one point. On a Friday. So if you know this genre-bending band that originally went by On a Friday playing this song, you will be today's winner. Let's take a listen. That's all you're getting on my end for that.
All right.
That's all you're getting because that's what's played on TikTok.
All right. 855-839-1210. Hit us with that, and you are off, and it's a great event. Atlantic City Boat Show. Every year, bring a lot of people in. All you have to do is 855-839-1210, and you get the belt for today. It's a mythical belt, but I'll give you the belt, like a wrestling belt. You're the champion today, and I'm always amazed, even with these random songs, how many people instantly get it. Jump in now, 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
You know what we should do? Let me give another idea for programming and promotions and sales. We'll call the event Dunking on the DA. It's for city-only residents that have had it in the city of Philadelphia with Larry Krasner. It'll be a night out hosted by the two greatest Krasner haters, Dom Giordano and Tony Bruno. They'll talk about Larry Krasner and they'll debate sauce versus gravy. It'll be an unbelievable night.
I love it.
Start your day with Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-260-1679. 800-260-1679. Again, that's 800-260-1679.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about a company that doesn't just do business in the area. They are an actual part of the community. Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is family-owned and operated and local for more than 35 years. They treat your home like it's their own. Roofing, siding, windows, and doors, Emmons does it all. And with their Owen Corning Platinum status, you're getting lifetime protection. Don't mess around. Trust Emmons just like I do. Call them today at 855-4-EMMONS or go to callemmons.com and tell them I sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Free speech lives here with Dom Giordano weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money.
Okay, let's hear the clue today.
Yeah, want the name of this band whose song from the 90s blew up on TikTok.
All right, let's go to Chris in the Northeast. Hey, Chris, good afternoon. What's the name of the band?
Radiohead.
All right, Chris, let me ask you, are you just a fan of them? Is that how you knew it? It's amazing to me how quickly these people could do it.
Well, I'm a fan of all music, Dom. I've been listening to your show forever.
Well, I appreciate that. That's a good start, Chris. Thank you. I'm impressed.
I remember you from when you were the earlier slot, the 9 to 12 slot.
Yes. Well, Chris, thank you. Thanks for continued listenership, and you are the winner today. Off to the Atlantic City Boat Show. we'll have those tickets tomorrow. Now, I'm on 2 days this week, the usual when I'm at the Shore here at the convention center. And we'll have a winner on the side question, too. So we're in the throes of the side question right now. Today's is something that if it happened today, it would blow up the internet. On Deck Circle, this guy's a wanted man, at least according to these people, the mob that is pushing SEPTA's position and the Democrats' position. Frank Ferry from the suburbs, Bucks County, I think is his senator from there, will be with us to break down the latest. We heard from George Pichetto, though, this suit that joins people as conservative as this Joe Pittman, the majority leader from the hinterlands of Pennsylvania, and Lance Haver, who's the big consumer advocate, who's liberal, together to say SEPTA cannot cause this pain. They have the money. They want to cause the pain. They and the Democrats and the media want to cause the pain. And their biggest pain fest, they hope, will be the Eagles game, the season opener. That would be spectacular. Oh, my God. You would think we were at an all-out nuclear war if that comes off, if it goes that long. And I'm starting to believe it could. They just are not going to admit what the problem is. And we've been over this several times. I had to call Paul. Yeah, Walter Sterling's on this. How do they have Amtrak tracks? They pay $77 million. It's ill-run. I mean, we were grateful when Ken Lawrence, the head guy, asked to be on the show out of the blue. And he was honest, and he was talking about various things they're going to do, but Republicans sort of wanted in writing, as far as I can, if I had to put it, their oversight of this. Why is that so difficult when they're getting all this money, and they periodically get this money, and they have a huge amount of money they could be using right now to take away this pain? I also need to hear, how did it go the first day of school? People that follow this to help me with this too, can text me or on air. At Lincoln High School, where all those kiddos today, we're hearing all the Democrats complain about service and all that. How in the world do we have people that are going to, the entire freshman class is going to go to school, did go to school today, in trailers? If you're new to the show, we've been on this for a while. And what's the reason? Well, we've seen this bubbling for years, that Northeast Philadelphia is a hotbed of illegal immigration. So last year, kids, I guess it was the freshman class, were eating lunch, if you can imagine. How is this legal to have kids eating lunch at 9 a.m.? No lockers. Putting kids in 6 classes in a library with dividers that don't really divide anything. How does this go on? How do people in Northeast Philadelphia, which is the epicenter of new potential Trump voters, but also the DA's race, how do you put up with this? So while we're blaming Republicans for sending kids unable to get to school, or parents have to drive them, or we had stories today of SEPTA driving by people standing on corners because they weren't going to pick up at that corner, Republicans get the collar for that. Who gets the collar for kids, 22, I believe, trailers of kids looking god-awful, etc., sending our kids to trailers at Lincoln High School? Well, they would have you to believe that things just happen. All of a sudden, Mayfair is that attractive to legal American citizens who pay taxes. No, it's not. We had a soccer referee call in a week or so ago talking about the coach telling him, don't rely on English too much when you're calling penalties or explaining something. How in the world do you put up with something like that? I think it was built for $1,500 and it's now like $600, $700, $800 over that. Well, that's a real problem. Let's just bring in trailers for $11 million. Yet, Republicans are the bad guys causing a hard start for kids in their first day of school due to the fact they won't, quote, you know that phrase, you've grown up with it. What's that phrase? Fully fund SEPTA. Fully fund. What is that definition of fully fund? And the answer is whatever Democrats say. You hear that phrase all the time. We want you to fully fund the Philadelphia public schools. Can you imagine, I've said this many times, you give the Philadelphia Public Schools another $1 billion. What would the result be? That we'd come back a year later. I mean, with no oversight from responsible people. What would they do with it? Where would it go? Would you like to be a forensic accountant? I wonder if forensic accountants could look at SEPTA, get in there. They go, oh my God, this is the Super Bowl. I'm going to ask Frank Ferry. He's in the on-deck circle swinging the bat, the state senator from Bucks County. He's on the want-it posters of all these people that just want SEPTA to do whatever they want. I'm going to ask him, what are some, we know about the $50 million plus in fare evasion. We know that they have a problem keeping things clean. Well, isn't that enforcement? You can't have people shooting up drugs on SEPTA, right? Oh, by the way, Henry, I forgot to tell you, I did not have to get the real ID on Saturday.
Oh, really?
Yes. I was, dreading, counting, do I drive there at 6 o'clock and sleep in the car and then, get in there at 7:30, put a beach chair out. The passport service came through, shockingly.
All right.
And they told me it would be there on August 27th. Instead, it arrived on Saturday.
Beautiful.
I know, but how? What was the magic? The countdown date that I needed it for was September 11th.
Maybe you putting the pressure on air. Like, we got some listeners out there.
They expedited. I didn't call in any favors with any Congress people or others. Not that I didn't think about it. Oh, could you move this forward? My God, the real ID. I was going to face it. I felt like the Old West. I was cleaning my weapons. Going to walk in there. All right, here are all my papers. Here are the backup papers. Here's my lawyer's card if you don't sign off on this. So I had been spared. Rose said, well, why didn't you go and get it done anyhow? Are you crazy? Why would I do that? The passport is good. I don't have to worry now. All right, State Senator Frank Ferry is next. He's a man on the spot, the other side believes. We'll hear what's the very latest with SEPTA and what is it that is something that has to be reformed. All that, and we'll get a winner today here on Talk Radio 1210.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, with their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Commuters are trying to adjust to the SEPTA service cuts that have started going into effect. Firefighters got a 5-alarm fire under control at an auto body warehouse in Tacony this morning. And it's the first day of school in Philly. The teachers union and the school district have reached a tentative deal that would avoid a strike next week.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person, with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com. Weather sponsored by Rita's Italian Ice.
A pleasant air mass builds into the Delaware Valley today and sticks around through the rest of the work week. We'll see sunshine and clouds. It'll be warm but lowering humidity, high 86. For tonight, comfortable, mostly clear with a low 62. And for Tuesday, once again, a mixture of sunshine and clouds, low humidity with a high near 80.
Fall concretes are back at Rita's. Fan favorite pumpkin pie returns alongside new apple butter in deliciously decadent concrete treats. But these cozy combos are here for a limited time only, so try them today. Be cool. Go to Rita's.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. 855-839-1210. Getting some really good answers on Twitter on the side question. Hit us with that. Something that would blow up the internet. As I said with Scott Presler, it's not universal worldwide. But when Pennsylvania goes red with active voters, all right, with Scott Presler, that's a moment I'm going to blow. We're going to have to do something on that. That is monumental. All right, when Republicans win this one for common sense, we're going to have to celebrate too. I'm going to be doing the bartending thing for Fred Herron September 10th up there in Bucks County. That would be a good day to celebrate because State Senator Frank Ferry is the wanted poster guy here in Philadelphia on the SEPTA matter. Senator, welcome back to the show. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Don. Appreciate you having me. I was with Fred a little while ago, actually, our great sheriff here in Bucks County.
Oh, absolutely. He and the DA, it gives me hope that you guys in Bucks County are the one suburban area that is holding a reasonable line of just simple things, and you're an example. So give us the very latest in your mind. We've had the first day here, SEPTA going by, some kids waiting for the bus, all that stuff, Frank, that's going on. George Paquetto was on. That's news. Allied with Progressive, Lance Haver, who I know really well, suing to say that they have the money and they're causing pain for these really the poorest communities in Philadelphia.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I think we all know this. This is an issue of SEPTA's making, fiscal mismanagement, poor decision making. And, specific to what's going on, it's gone on in the last couple of days, they chose the day before kids went back to school, right? They have chosen to reduce the lines for the sporting events and obviously more specifically the Eagles games, which are the higher volume events. I mean, they have made these choices. Let's not forget that their board, while being appointed, some of those folks serve as elected officials as well. And they have been part of making those choices. Up here, you got Bob Harvey, county commissioner, who sits as one of the Bucks County delegation on the SEPTA board. Bob has never once talked to me about a funding solution for SEPTA. But I did see him at a press conference throwing some bombs at us last week. And that's what it's become. I mean, I really do believe it's political. So to anybody that is suffering through this, I apologize for the failures of SEPTA and our government in getting this done. But you really need to look at who's responsible for it. The people running SEPTA and the political people who have made this solely political. Because I believe it is. I mean, there's so much out there. The Inquirer did a good story on Friday about how political this is. The Democrats are very openly, both in the House and the Senate, talking about flipping the Republican Senate. They think weakening myself and Tracy Pennycook and eventually Joe Picozzi They think this crisis helped weaken us so that they can beat us in elections. But they're letting citizens suffer in the process. They're letting school kids suffer in the process. Eagles fans, I never want to see Eagles fans suffer when we win our Super Bowl this year, right? But this is literally what these people are doing. And it's absurd. And, if anybody hasn't heard, there's $2.4 billion sitting in a PennDOT-controlled bank account in Harrisburg that is transit funding, in which we can still fully fund every capital project for the next 5 years. There will still be a surplus, and we can fund their operating for the next 2 years to get this gap funding done. And for some reason, every Democrat thinks that's a bad idea.
Yeah, let me ask you, Frank, too. I wanted to go back to one thing. So the people, you're right. Again, it's one thing, say they don't use that money that's there, but they are seemingly intentionally picking spots, and the Inquirer seems to agree, to cause the maximum pain rather than being solution-oriented to get us through this somewhat with some, lack of service until the two sides can work it out. Is it the board that makes those pinpoint decisions, and is it at the recommendation of Ken Lawrence? How does that work?
I believe their board voted for this plan as recommended by the SEPTA administration.
Okay.
So, we hear all this, call Senator Ferry's office, go protest his office. How about somebody goes and protests the people that voted to actually do this? All I did was try and find a solution and actually vote for a funding plan for this, while also, when we talked about this last time I was on, while also ensuring that additional safety measures are put into place and additional fiscal responsibility and oversight measures are put into place as well.
Wait, slow down with that one, Frank. We talked about the 50, Ken Lawrence admitted he brought it up, $50 million in fare evasion. What are you talking about safety measures? Exactly what is it that SEPTA should be doing? What is it that would satisfy you?
Sure. So what was in the bill that we passed, it'll be 2 weeks ago tomorrow, included banning safe injection sites in the proximity of SEPTA platforms and properties, increasing the penalty for drug use on SEPTA properties. The Bernard Gribbins bill, Bernard was tragically killed as a SEPTA bus driver just doing his job, got shot and killed there. He's a U.S. Army veteran. I've carried that legislation with Picozzi, which increases the penalties for assault on a transit worker. If somebody's going to go and assault a SEPTA employee, we want them spending more time behind bars. Extending the special prosecutor, because we know Krasner's not going to do his job, right? So the Attorney General special prosecutor that would prosecute these crimes, extending the term of that special prosecutor. And this is all in the efforts to clean up SEPTA with the drug use, to actually the drug use on the property or on the vehicles, while also increasing the criminal penalties so that we can make public transit safer for both the commuters and the SEPTA workforce.
I wish the Inquirer and others would cover that more, because they have more space than TB News, which is quick. That who could be against those things? Who would be against increasing the penalties on assaulting SEPTA bus drivers and all? I mean, there's a sympathetic thing. I was just talking to somebody, and I know how you are too, Frank. My wife and I were coming. I just said there's got to be a better way. There was a turn near Rittenhouse and Rittenhouse as you get on the drive headed into Center City. That's almost impossible for a bus driver to make. Maybe they have to do that. But my point is, we ought to be looking to make a really difficult job a little bit easier if they don't have to be worried about being attacked and maybe killed.
Correct. And you said who could be against it. I will tell you 23 Democrat senators voted against it 2 weeks ago. And I will tell you, in addition to that, this Bernard Gribbins Act has passed the Senate, I will say with some bipartisan support as a freestanding bill, twice already, and has gone to the Democrat House of Representatives to die. So, that's absurd. It's literally named for a man who gave his life serving our public transit agency, who was a U.S. Army veteran. It's just one of the, so who's against it? Apparently the Democrats are against it, but as you said, you won't hear that on media outlets. Same as Joe Picozzi worked really hard to come up with the SEPTA accountability bill that has, greater auditing of SEPTA, greater fiscal oversight, greater accountability, efficiency standards, and all to try and hold them accountable. I don't know if you saw the Philly Chamber of Commerce, the Greater Philly Chamber of Commerce came out yesterday in support of our plan and made the suggestion that they would be willing to help with a blue ribbon panel to look at the way SEPTA operates and come forward with recommendations. These are all the things we're trying to do. I want your listening audience to know we're not just trying to give them a check and walk out the door and let them spend it like a kid in a candy store. We are trying to hold them accountable while also improving their operations.
And we all know, we all concede it is difficult due to Krasner, due to the mores of Philadelphia going downhill for the annex that we see play out on public transportation. But this is a remedy to push back against those annex, help the SEPTA employees, and hopefully draw more people to use mass transit that they say they always like, because they're afraid of just any number of crazy things that go on regularly that have been accepted.
Yeah, and I will tell you, Scott Sauer, SEPTA's general manager, has told me on several occasions he is for exactly these measures we're talking about. He met with Picozzi. He is good with those oversight measures. He is good with the Bernard Gribbins Act. He wants his workforce safe. So just to be clear, with some of the back and forth we've had with SEPTA, not always good with our back and forth, but Scott has said they are for these things. So, again, I don't know why my colleagues are voting against things that SEPTA says they are for, but they're choosing to do that. And again, we're taking a massive lumbering operation, right, with SEPTA, and we're trying to make it safer for the commuters, make it safer for the workforce, make sure they're more efficient, make sure the dollars are being spent properly, and try and improve the operation. A lot of this is of SEPTA's own making. And, we're trying to help make sure that if we're going to be giving them tax dollars, that they have to be more responsive, both safety-wise and fiscally as well.
Hey, could we call upon you? It'd be a public service. I would put on the SEPTA administrative that you talked about in a heartbeat to come on and say what he's for and what he might not be as far as protecting SEPTA employees. We'd give him the forum. Just let him talk. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, well, we actually for the first time talked to him in 2 weeks. And when I say we, it's myself, Senator Pennycook, and Senator Picozzi. We had a meeting with him this morning to reopen the lines of communication. In that meeting, he did say he was for these things. I told him it would be great if he was very public in saying he's for these things, so that, we take those issues off the table while we debate the fiscal issues.
Okay, well, Frank, you know what? If you can just pass the word, I'm serious. We would put him on, and I'm not going to even bring up the other things. I just want him to talk about protecting his own employees, et cetera, and anything else he wants to say in that role. He's got carte blanche. Just let's do it, and hopefully, you're right, take that part of it off the table. Frank, thank you very much. To be continued.
Thanks, Tom. Always appreciate it.
All right,
Bye-bye.
State Senator Frank Ferry. Yeah, we bring him on in a heartbeat. Just let us know. Bang. Take those off the table. Yeah, and then we get into all the other things that are there. Okay. We are talking what would break the internet if it happened now. Social media, internet. Hit us with that. Might be a little bit outside the box. Not an event, something that happened historically, but if it happened now, it would be unbelievable. 855-839-1210. You get it.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Most people have no idea there's an invisible gap in their home's protection. This invisible threat is house stealing. Con artists pick a house. They transfer the deed of this house into their name by obtaining the forms, using the fake IDs, and filing the paperwork with proper authorities. Now they own the home. Protect your home from this invisible gap. Check on your home's title right now at HomeTitleLock.com. Be sure to use promo code RADIO and they will send you a complete title scan of your home's title. And your first 30 days of triple lock title protection is free. HomeTitleLock.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-384-9393. That's 800-384-9393.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Are you guys surprised in all this talk about federalizing everything, all the unsafe cities, that Philadelphia is not mentioned?
It's always New York or D.C. or Chicago. D.C. is 61 square feet, and they have approximately 3,500 cops. We are approximately 140 square feet and barely have more than that.
We're so far down with the vacancy rate, which was inherited by this current mayor. You hear others talk about it, but there's not the defiance by this mayor that you see from the other cities.
Yeah. Are we chalking up silence as a win, as silence as progress?
Well, I don't know.
I guess it can't get worse.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, something that doesn't burn up the internet but should be recognized. Henry doing the work of two at least today, if not more. This show's very demanding. He would tell you that. He's got a bumper sticker with that. All right, nice work, though. I know it's difficult to get all these calls up. Side question, something that would blow up the internet if it happened today. A friend of mine, a cop extraordinaire, says Budge Wire.
Oh, well, that goes with your religion answers. Can't say that.
Yeah, I mean, that's like the Budge Wire has come up as the answer 1,000 times. True. I mean, it's so hard to believe that happened.
Oh, man.
And you have to understand, I think a lot of kids were home because it was a snow day, as I remember.
Oh, no.
Yes, so if I have to go back and Google that, but I seem to think, and it was Channel 6. I don't know what the show was or whatever. And I think they showed it, and then they wouldn't show it again, thank God. But they may have been the one that showed
replay of that.
Yeah, they didn't cut away. It was like, he's taking out a big envelope. God, Bud, don't do it. Yeah. Earl of Tacony, Talk Radio 1210. All right, Earl, what's yours today?
Real quick, it was a snow day because I used to watch 6 ABC all the time, and I do remember seeing it live on the air.
There you go, snow day on top.
For the details, maybe it's Mandela effect, I don't know, but I do remember we were home that day.
Yes.
But I know you don't like the Bible answers, but my answer would be the first Christmas because King Herod is out tweeting all night. I mean, 3 o'clock in the morning, he's out tweeting that someone's taking his job because these 3 foreigners came into town with the Budweiser King of Kings gift pack of gold, frankincense, and myrrh. And Herod's like, well, where's my gift pack? And they said, we gave it to the other guy. He's like, well, what other guy? And someone went and put online that it was a baby. And, I mean, he just freaked out. Now, I saw on Facebook that Herod's going out killing all these babies trying to find his kid. I mean, just because it's online doesn't mean Herod's going out killing babies.
I got you. That seems like a Newsom parody there somewhat, but we got the point. That was well played out. Chef Dave, Oakland. Dave, what's yours?
We will win the game. I guarantee it. Joe Namath, Dayton, Ann Margaret, and Raquel Welch sitting at the pool collecting the sun.
That is a good one. Yes, and he did it. I don't know how. I don't know how the guy walked even, Joe Namath, let alone played, given the knees. I mean, just unbelievable. He did take basket weaving as one of his main courses at Alabama and traffic control. You had to stand there on a little round thing and hold up traffic signals.
Oh, real hard-hitting courses.
Oh, that's Alabama's curriculum, yeah. Chuck in Newtown. Hi, Chuck.
Hey, great afternoon to everyone. I think I have a melodramatic story that goes on and it dominates for the 1970s. We have a rebellious 19-year-old who gets kidnapped, and then instead of having a ransom put on her, they want to release prisoners. When that doesn't work, they say, well, then feed everybody in Los Angeles. That doesn't work. And then what does work is she gets caught robbing banks, and it's the Patty Hearst story. And then she's convicted, spends 2 years in jail, she doesn't get pardoned by Carter, but she gets commuted and eventually pardoned by she should have been, even by Bill Clinton. But that story is an amazing story, and right from the beginning, you have this curmudgeon, William Hearst, who's not a likable person, and they're trying to get him, and he immediately is saying, I'm not going to put up the money. And it just went on and on. It was really a fascinating story.
Symbionese Liberation Army. Yes. Alan in Hamilton. All right, Alan, what's yours?
1938, Lakehurst, New Jersey, the Hindenburg disaster. Oh, the humanity.
Yeah, with social media, too. I'm still leaning towards social media, so conspiratorial. I guess that could play. That's why I chose the Kennedy assassination and moon launch, or the moon landing. Mike in Levittown. Mike, what's yours?
December 7th, 1941, the event that changed the world and galvanized the United States to enter World War II.
Yeah, arguably the biggest event of the war, maybe. Jerry in Wilmington. Jer, what do you have today?
Don, Christopher Columbus discovers new land and red people. World not flat. Indigenous holiday to follow.
I got to say, that's a pretty good contender. I like the headline there. That's it. That's how to sell the answer. David in Lexington. Hi, Dave.
Hey, Don. I was going to say the first time people saw a crazy Italian jogging in jeans, but I'm going to go with the atomic bombs dropping on Japan.
Yes, very big. And Joe of Exton, Talk Radio 1210. Joe, what's yours?
Yes, hello, Dom. Good afternoon. The family Medici returned to Florence to reoccupy their estate on the outskirts of Florence, the Villa Medici.
Thank you, Joe. Oh, my God. On brand, but kind of random, I got to say today, Joe.
I told you.
I got to say, Jerry in Wilmington's phraseology and all that was appealing to me, but was it appealing to you? And who else?
It was up there. It didn't quite get over the finish line for me. I'd say the answers that did were Joe and Columbus with the Dewey wins. I mean, going to bed thinking there's one president, waking up to another, I think is crazy. And then I like Chuck and Newtown's answer of the Patty Hearst story. I do think that would get live tweeted all along the way. But I thought the best answer, because it captured really the spirit of the question, I thought, was Earl Taccone with The First Christmas.
Yeah, he did it well, too.
And I'd say fourth, if you wanted to go that way.
Yeah, I like Chuck in Newtown, so I'm going to go with Chuck in Newtown.
Chuck, all right.
Yeah, Chuck, put him into the hat tomorrow. We'll get another, and we'll settle it for the prize this week, given a short week here. Again, thanks to Henry today producing. It's a lot to have all those guests, callers, etc. One-man band. Follow me on Twitter until tomorrow at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210. Rich Cioli's show is next with 4 big hours, and I'm off to see if the day is as lovely as several people have told me. It looks that way, the way people are acting in Wildwood. Rich next, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You know what we should do? Let me give another idea for programming and promotions and sales. We'll call the event Dunking on the DA. It's for city-only residents that have had it in the city of Philadelphia with Larry Krasner. It'll be a night out hosted by the 2 greatest Krasner haters, Dom Giordano and Tony Bruno. They'll talk about Larry Krasner and they'll debate sauce versus gravy. It'll be an unbelievable night.
I love it.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and in the free Odyssey app.
The John Birch Society is coming! The John Birch Society is coming!
The John Birch Society is hosting its annual leadership conference at the Crown Plaza Hotel in King of Prussia, featuring retired General Michael Flynn, recent guest on the Tucker Carlson Network, the Solari Report CEO Catherine Austin Fitz, and national speaker and host of Behind the Deep State, Alex Newman. For tickets and more info, go to jbs.org. Saturday, September 13th, 67 Years of Truth. Go to jbs.org today.
Is your AC struggling this summer? Trying to put off replacement for another year? No need to wait. CNC Heating and Air Conditioning